Hey guys, welcome to another stream. How's it going? I woke up like 15 minutes ago. Well, 20. Well, an hour ago, but like I just kept snoozing my alarm. Anyway, how's it going? So, today's a bit of a different stream. I mean, not the first time I've done something like this. It's kind of similar in nature to my variety streams, I guess, but specifically solely focused on FNaF, which I guess my last one was too, but still. And I've done something like pretty much exactly like this before. Back in, what was it? Back in February, I did a stream called Been Gone a While, Let's Do Some FNaF Lore Hunting. So I reacted to a couple of videos, I started playing Into the Pit, and then I finished Into the Pit a few days later. So, this isn't my first time doing something like this. Doing a video on catching up with FNaF. Did you see T-Dread's God David theory? No, I have not yet. I've spoken to T-Dreads before I watched this God David theory. Have I mentioned that on stream? I mean, well, I don't remember if I've mentioned that on stream, but obviously not everybody would have been on whatever stream I did mention it on. So I don't know if you guys know the YouTuber. Hold on. Just pulling up his channel. This here is Gibby's Horror Homestead. It's 60K, so more popular than me. But yeah, this is a channel. I remember I used to not know who he was, and that, what the fuck is this? Anyway, I used to not know who he was, but when but he once mentioned me in one of his videos, and so that got me to learn about him. And funnily enough, this was like right after the FNaF movie came out, and my brother had watched the FNaF movie with me. He said it was pretty good. So it's not just FNaF fans that like the FNaF movie. No, he actually thought it was pretty good. But I think I don't know if it was one. Yeah, it was his first video. My brother, wanting to learn more about the FNaF lore just so he understood the movie a little bit better, he watched an 8-hour video or 9-hour video on FNaF. That was this one right here. And this is before Gibby mentioned me in a video, so I didn't know who he was yet. The one where he mentioned me was this one.
Hey.
Popular theory, Golden Duo puts forward the idea that two souls share Golden Freddy, Crying Child and Cassidy. And while I think that is true, I think it is more complicated than that, and that the suit itself only houses one soul. Join me as I pull off my best Scott Cawthon impression, and confuse everyone with nonsense. And then in the description you see, please sub to these creators: Impulse Evan, Not Real Name, Not at All, and ID's Fantasy. And I commented on this. I said, it's a me. Funny thing is, my brother watched the FNaF movie with me, and afterwards he decided to watch a video so he could understand the movie better, and coincidentally, it was your 8 to 9 hour video. So, he was relatively new to YouTube at the time, so it's not surprising, really, that I didn't know who he was. But he knew who I was, I guess. So, I've seen him in some of the comments of my videos and stuff, so, like, I've known who he was since then, so that was like almost 2 years ago. So, I don't really watch his videos that much, but like, I have watched a few and I do like him. He's a good YouTuber. But apparently he watches me all the time, which I feel kind of bad about, because like I don't watch him as much as he watches me. But a couple weeks ago, he was streaming, and I was just chilling at home, and I was actually playing Secret of the Mimic at the time, and I decided to just check YouTube. I pull up my phone, open up YouTube Studios, go to comments, and then I see the three... When you open up YouTube Studio, it shows you the 3 latest comments. At least on your phone, the way that it's arranged. I'll see if I can actually pull it up here without exposing me. Yeah, this should be fine. So, right here, this is the YouTube Studio app. I don't know if it's that visible, but basically you see these are the top, the most recent 3 comments, and then there's an option right there to pick View All, and then you can see all the comments, and you can also get rid of the. There's a option here. It's like you see which ones you only see the ones you haven't responded to. So you get rid of that. You see all the comments. So I did that, and I was just kind of. I looked at the most recent 3, though, and I saw all of them were on this old video I made when Security Breach came out, which was basically, I think it was during my, I think it was when I beat the Afton ending. In that, excuse me, in that stream, it was because I had just done the Monty Golf battle, right? So, in that stream, after I got the Monty Claws, I went around opening all of the Monty doors, the Monty gates and stuff. So I made my way back to the beginning of the game, and then I went down into the utility tunnels. And then there's a lot of Monty Claws, and Monty Claw gates, and Chica voice box gates down there. So while I was there, I was just opening all the doors, looking around, and I found a bunch of secret rooms from Help Wanted. So I turned that, as well as my reaction to seeing the Michael room from Sister Location, into its own video. Like, I edited it down from the stream. That wasn't really me being like... I thought, like, everybody knew about this. That's the thing. So I was just like, okay, I'll just make a video of my reaction to these things. It wasn't me displaying these things. It was me showing my reaction to them. But apparently, not everybody even knew they existed. Because not even until now, because Gibby didn't know that, and T-Dreads didn't know that. So they ended up looking it up, and they found my video on it. So they watched it on stream, and then that was like a whole topic of discussion. And on the stream, they were just like, everybody go over to Impulse7's video and be like, this video deserves at least 14 times more views. They have this funny thing going where they're like, Gibby's mentioned this thing a couple times where it's like, Impulse7 solved the lore of FNaF years ago and nobody noticed because this video didn't get as many views or whatever. Hi, SS Walrus. Thank you for subscribing. Why is Fun with Plush Trap a standalone room? Because they're experiment rooms. They're not real houses. So, what was I saying? Oh, yeah, so he had kind of the same mindset with this. He was like, how did he find this? But his video only had like a 1,000 or 2,000 views, so how did nobody know about this before? So it's like, they were talking about that a lot throughout the stream, and then later on they started talking about how Security Breach, like the Pizzaplex, could be built on top of Murray's Costume Manor, and they were kind of like mapping that out. And they were kind of trying to find stuff, but it was hard for them because they didn't have the fly tool, so I ended up joining the stream, and then I was sharing my screen playing Security Breach, going around wherever they wanted me to go. So we found some cool stuff in that, too. And they made some good discoveries with the secret rooms, because they noticed that in a bunch of them, I think in 3 of them, there was always moon or sun-related masks. So, or not masks, items. So in the Plush Baby room, there was the comedy mask, I think it was. And then in the Curse of Dreadmore room, there was a sun figure. In the Build-A-Mangle room, there was a moon figure. So they were like, all of these rooms are connected by really big wires that are really reminiscent of like F10 and 4. So the fact that they were all connected implies like, and they all have stuff relating to Sun and Moon, which are representative of Edwin and Fiona in Secret of the Mimic. So it seems like there's something there to discuss, and I think he made a video on it. I think I watched it, but I believe it was this one. I haven't seen the full thing. I watched most of it, but yeah, it's a pretty interesting theory. But yeah, T-Drez was on that stream too, so I talked to him about some stuff too, or like I was just talking to both of them, and they like kept mentioning how this stuff like supports their Fate Fiona and God David theories. And there's also this other guy. His name is Fazbear Entertainment. So and he joined a little bit after T-Drez left. So anyway. So, I'm going to catch up on chat messages, and then we're going to do theory reactions to the new game theories. There's 2 that I haven't reacted to yet. Just going to pull them up. Excuse me. Who do you think is older, Michael Afton or Foxy, bro? Okay. I mentioned God David because the title of the stream is Theory Reactions, and I want to know your thoughts about it. If I manage to do everything I want to do for this stream before I feel like ending it, no, I'll probably end the stream in like 6 hours. I don't think I'll be able to get everything done by then. Because, I mean, I'm going to be playing Dead by Daylight at some point, so like, I don't know how long I'm going to be doing that for. But yeah, like, I have a bunch of stuff that I do want to do in the stream. I don't know how much of it I'm going to get done, or how much of it I'm going to get done. That doesn't make sense. I mean, like, how much of Dead by Daylight I'm going to play, how much of 5 Laps of Freddy's I'm going to play, right? So it depends. If I have extra time, then maybe I'll do that, but his video's like an hour long, so I doubt I will. If I don't, then I'll probably save that for, like, a future variety stream or something whenever I next do that. Or if I don't have time for everything today, I could just do this again tomorrow. I was planning on doing Resident Evil Revelations 2 tomorrow. I am streaming tomorrow regardless, so, like, I could just do this. Like, I could just continue on with this stuff. Depends how it goes. It depends how much time we get. Also, I should say, I'm not going to be streaming on the anniversary because I'm busy that day. But I'll make sure to release at least one video on that day, FNaF related. Like, I'll probably release my next theory video on that day. But it depends if I finish it, because I haven't recorded it yet, and obviously I still have to edit it after that, so depends. If not, then I'll probably do like a clips video from this stream or something. I don't know, but yeah. But I'm gonna stream today and tomorrow regardless. So we must summon Gibby. I got no issues with that. Do it. Hello, Cellular. In your opinion, before Secret of the Mimic, what was the deal with All Fest? Like, what did you think it was? I mean, I just thought it was the carnival. And I assumed it probably burned down because of Help Wanted 2. And then with Secret of the Mimic, that's basically confirmed now, so I wasn't that far off. Didn't know Fiona died at it, though. You could always play a couple laps at Freddy's or dead by a few hours before daylight. Could give you a little more time to do what you need to do in the stream. See, here's the thing. I want to play Resident Evil Revelations 2 as soon as possible because I'm probably going to do that in 3 streams. It's probably going to take 3 streams to beat that game. Or 2, depending on how long I stream for in those days. But, the thing is, after I do that, after I do Revelations 2, the next game I'm going to stream is the Batman Arkham games, which I really want to do as soon as possible. But, it's 2 days before the FNaF anniversary. Tomorrow is the day before the FNaF anniversary. I'm not streaming on the FNaF anniversary. So, if I need to, then I'm cool with just doing 2 streams, back-to-back days for FNaF. I'm cool with that. I got no issues. I was thinking about doing a video, or a stream revisiting FNaF World, too. So, if we have spare time in tomorrow's stream, then we could always do that. I'm going to put this in scrapped content. Cool. Batman games, the ones that are in the FNaF timeline. Yeah, sure. I just looked at a comment on this video, and I realized that what the person said in that comment was literally the basis of my next theory video. So I'm not gonna read that to you. Although if that kind of topic comes up in this reaction, then what am I gonna do? Just not just not give my thoughts. Otherwise, what's the point of reacting, right? So I might have to spoil my next theory a little bit. But it's fine. We'll see. Wow, these are pretty long theories. I'm going to be done in like an hour and a half. Okay. I need to move around my stream schedule before I start reacting. This one will be the 13th. No, I'm busy on the 13th. 10th. The 12th, I'm not busy. No, I'll make this the 13th. I'll make this the 12th. 14th, maybe. We'll see. 15th, let's say 16th. Okay, now I gotta add FNaF catch-up day 2. FNaF Catch-Up Day 2. No, sorry. FNaF Catch-Up Day 2. God, David, FNaF World, and More. That's a great title. God, David, Theory, Reaction, World. You know, it's kind of misleading to say Catch-Up Day and then play FNaF World, but you know, people can deal with it. I don't know. my nose is stuffed, and I don't like that. I'm gonna be back. What? I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go blow my nose, and yeah, I will return shortly. I've returned. Whoops, wrong thing. I accidentally just exposed my my upcoming projects video. It's fine. I was basically just narrating what it'll be like. Also, this stuff is subject to change, so it doesn't really matter. You guys want to go back and look at exactly what I was just making? No, I was just, basically what I plan on doing for in-betweens between theories is just like making stream highlights videos. Just basically editing down pieces of this stream for the reactions, 5 Nights at Freddy's, Dead by Daylight. I'm going to do stream highlights for that, so. That's basically all you saw there, so. What is God, David? time for this. Cool. So, game theory. FNaF What is Mixes? Secret of the Mimic. This was 2 weeks ago now. I'm slightly late, July 19th. It is now August 6th. So, and when I edit this down into a video, it'll be even later than August 6th. So, alright, this is 22 minutes and 24 seconds long. Let's go.
FNaF Secret of the Mimic has finally solved Security Breach. Thanks to the inclusion of the Mimic's backstory, we now have the answers that we have been dying to understand for years. What is the Mimic's goal? What is the deal with mexes? And why was the lore of Security Breach so confusing in the first place? You know, besides the whole Scott not telling Steelwool the story thing.
I thought I could do that without telling Steelwool the story plot.
He could not. Evidently.
Hello Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, the show that has ingested so much FNaF lore, it too has chosen violence. That's right, today we're tackling the second main character in our 3-part Secret of the Mimic extravaganza, the Mimic. Although I say that, as I was writing this episode, one thing became very clear. There is way too much to say about this character to fit in just one episode, and so I'm gonna add a bonus 4th episode to our lineup. Today we're gonna focus on the Mimic's past and present, and next time, its future. That also puts our very special FNaF Theorist Live Talkback on August 16th at 2 p.m. EST. So mark your calendars, folks, and hit the subscribe button before the Mimic comes and gets
So I'm
you.
assuming
Sorry,
the last
I
series
miscalculated,
on
but
Saturday?
hey, Steelwool is still
Or
calling
in
it
2 weeks.
5
Or-
nights
or
of
on
Freddy's
the
when all of
16th?
their
I don't
games
know.
take place in just one night. So... Oh look, the Mimic! It's here! Did you not hit the subscribe button like I asked? Seriously? I suppose you still have some time, but while you do that, let's actually talk about this one-of-a-kind villain. Well, actually, despite me referring to it as the Mimic this whole time,
sorry.
the one key thing Secret of the Mimic was very clear about, it's really not one-of-a-kind at all. Which, to be fair, is something we've been believing for a while now. In Tales from the Pizzaplex, we see 2 versions of the Mimic. The Mimic 1 program, which was the Mimic software that Edwin Murray created to put into a half-finished endoskeleton to play with his son David, which was then later used by Fazbear in The Storyteller, and then there's the Mimic 2, which was Fazbear's improvements on the original design,
Why is it
creating an
blocked?
endoskeleton that could change its shape and size to fit any costume or animatronic. However, how all of that tied into things like Security Breach and Ruin were pretty speculative.
It was weird though, because the Mimic from the Tales epilogues seemed to be Edwin's original one, because it was missing, like, its head, its body was burned, and then it had a replaced head and nothing else. And it's the head, I'm assuming that's where, like, the program came from. So it seemed like it was Edwin's original Mimic that was edited and stuff, and then the new head was just put on, like the head of a Mimic 2. But now in hindsight, like, it does make sense for that to just be a different Mimic, but it also is questionable, because why would they show us, like, why would they put so much emphasis on that one, you know? But it could very well be a different one. Either way, though, we do know there's the Mimic 1s and the Mimic 2s. The Mimic 1 design, the Mimic Model 1s, that is, I'm assuming, just Edwin's original one, and then the Mimic Model 2s are the Fazbear Entertainment ones. But, yeah, regardless, Edwin never actually mentioned that he added the expanding and contracting to the Mimic, but it's not impossible that he did, but he never really said that he was going to. But something I mentioned in videos in the past is how in the story it's mentioned how he uses, like, parts of his old inventions to make, like, the computer for the endoskeleton. So maybe, like, that ended up having maybe he had some expanding and contracting tech, and then he ended up using that on the Mimic to make the Mimic. So maybe that's, like, where that comes from. But regardless, it doesn't really, there's no guarantee that that's what happened. So I'm not really sure whether the Ruin or whether the Tales epilogue Mimic is the same one with just the Model 2's head or not. But Regardless, yes.
Especially as we didn't
Just wanted to
even
get my
know
thoughts
if
on
the
that.
book stories were in the same continuity and whether we could rely on them wholesale or not. My personal theory was that yes, those two mimics were indeed present in Security Breach, with the Mimic 2 being the physical endoskeleton we find in the basement of Ruin, and the Mimic 1 program being what we now know as Glitch Trap, taking over Fazbear's systems and using it to manipulate people into doing its bidding, like Helpy does to Cassie in Ruin, which is why we get this interaction between Helpy and the totally real Gregory arguing.
I took care of it.
The area is safe now.
Yeah, with my help.
But now we do have a definitive backstory for the Mimic inside the game continuity. It turns out that yes, there are indeed two in-game mimics, but there are some key differences from their book counterparts, and that drastically changes our entire understanding of Security Breach, Ruin, and the program that was trying to keep the Mimic underground, Mexes. So hop into that definitely working elevator, friends, as we plummet down into the depths of Murray's Costume Manor to discover the real secret of the Mimic. So what does this game actually tell us about the game universe's version of the Mimic? Well, like most things in this game, it's similar but different to what we were expecting. Edwin does create the original Mimic, M1, to babysit David.
Think of it as your new babysitter, but it doesn't get paid and go home. It'll stay with us and help around the house.
But he also states that it was created to work inside multiple costumes.
It'll wear fun costumes. It can fit into any costume we've created.
Essentially, the game's lore has combined the purposes of the books M1 and M2 into one creation, and attributed all of it to Edwin, rather than one being a Fazbear creation, just like basically everything in this game. But this M1 also develops a little more than its book counterpart.
This is where I heard it. It's her or someone that sounds like her.
That's good, honey, but then from the party.
M1 begins showing signs of mimicking the deceased wife of its creator, literally mimicking the role of David's primary caretaker, his mother, Fiona. As we discussed last time, Fiona tragically died in a fire at Fall Fest, and this totally destroys Edwin's mental state.
I can't do this alone.
So, naturally, when he starts thinking he's hearing the voice of his wife, he leans in hard. By David's last birthday, M1 is still not wearing any costumes like Edwin said it would, but instead it is mimicking Fiona perfectly, baking a cake, hanging decorations, all of that good stuff.
I baked it myself for David's special day.
That was
This is
so
where
creepy
Edwin's
when I
second
saw that the
tragedy
first time.
strikes. M1 Fiona goes down to get David while everyone is waiting to celebrate him, only for them to discover that David is dead. Again, Edwin is destroyed by this. But this time, M1 Fiona is here, and she has a quick and easy solution.
You need to try again. Build another.
The two go back and forth over this for a while, but eventually Edwin gives in and begins attempting to make a new mimic that will mimic his dead son. However, it doesn't really seem to be working.
Every copy has failed. I don't even know why it worked the first time, but it did.
The only reference Edwin has for the mimic idea working is M1, which leads to Edwin's final gambit. In one of the text logs we receive after meeting M1 Fiona during the parachute ending, it says the M2 began as a copy of my program. This log has been sent by M1 to Edwin's machine. In order to make M2 work, Edwin simply made a copy of her programming. I guess if you can't figure out how it worked the first time, just duplicate the thing that already works. And it does work. It's just a little too much for Edwin to handle.
Not him. You're not. Stop sounding like him.
This moment is what turned M2 into the killing machine we now find in the game, and its first victim, the man who tried to destroy it.
Due to a minor detonation, there is damage to my office interior.
Dinner differently at Tiv's.
They made a McDonald's.
And that is essentially everything we know from the game itself. It's unclear exactly what happens next to get us to Security Breach and Ruin. It's gonna depend heavily on which ending is canon and what happens in the inevitable DLC that Steelworld does for all of their FNaF games. Personally, my money's on the DLC being about Fall Fest. I proved last time that the game takes place in September 1979, so Fall Fest would likely be in full swing, and the Mimic is free in every ending. But regardless of whether I'm right about that, one thing I am sure about is that at some point M2 is going to be trapped inside inside MCM, it will get cemented up, only for us to go down into the basement of Ruin and find it again. Now, I know what you're thinking. These two characters don't look anything alike, but just take a look around first. We have a springlock scooper, wooden boxes filled with costumes like crows, elephants, and lions, the similar flooring and wood panel walls with builders' lights hanging from them. Everything we're seeing at MCM matches stuff that we saw underground when we encountered the Mimic
MCM is
Ruin.
under the
We can also
Pizza
find
Plex?
endoskeleton pieces deep within MCM from when Edwin was experimenting trying to create the Mimic. And if you look closely, some of them don't really match the current version of the Mimic, but they match the endoskeleton of the Mimic that we find in Ruin. My guess is that in
Those
the
do
lead up to it
not.
being cemented, or even during the cementing up of MCM itself, it ended up getting damaged, or some of the pieces just stopped working over time, and so it replaces its parts one by one. We've already seen it replace its legs, so what's an arm
true.
or
Yeah,
a torso
that works.
or a head? Finally though, the Mimic in Ruin, it acts just like the M2.
I feel like by a certain point, though, it doesn't really make sense anymore. Like, I get the idea of him replacing some parts, but if he keeps replacing if he replaces literally every single part of his body, because literally every part of his body is different, then it's really not. How is it going to keep the program if no parts of the original body is still in him, you know? Like, it's kind of like the ship of Theseus. It's like you keep replacing the boards until eventually all of the original ones are gone and they're all new ones. So, is that still the ship of Theseus? No, not really. I don't think so. But when did it stop being the ship of Theseus too? But also, it's just, in general, if they're completely different now, then they can't be the same at all, I guess. It's weird, because, like, their eyes are different, their head is different, everything about them is different. There's little to no similarities. So, the fact that the Mimic in Ruin, based on his design, seems to still have, like, the expanding and contracting thing. It seems like a collapsible mechanism. He still seems to have that ability, but if he keeps replacing his parts, how is he going to maintain that ability? And if he replaces literally every part of his body, then the program wouldn't even be left in it anymore. Like, it would just be completely made of disposed endoskeleton parts, I guess, right? So I feel like that doesn't really make that much sense. But I will say that overall, it's weird just to have them be two different mimics, but I feel like there has to be some explanation for why that would be the case. It's just a matter of what that explanation is. I touch on that in my next theory video, but I don't come to a full conclusion, so I guess stay tuned for that. But I mean, by the time this comes out as a video, that theory will already be out. But I'm a new subscriber. Hello.
Do we see in Secret of the Mimic? It's mimicking a young boy, Gregory. It's wearing mascot costumes, and it's being violent towards humans. It even walks in a similar fashion and gets its hand stuck in an elevator. Now, that last one doesn't strictly make the two characters the same. Anyone can get their arm stuck in an elevator. But the fact that Steelwool programmed that in, along with all the other things we've talked about, it seems like they're...
I mean, to be fair, they also... Just because it does all these things doesn't mean they're the same animatronic, because, like I said, they look completely different, and they both have a mimic program in them, so the body, that doesn't make the body the same, you know?
Trying to tie together these characters and this area, telling us that the Pizzaplex, and by association FNaF 6, was built on top of MCM, locking away all of its inventions down here, including M2 itself. I mean, we know that Fazbear isn't against saving some cash by building on top of previous establishments, and there's one text log directly
I do
from
agree
Willie
that MCM is probably under the Pizzaplex, but I also think that FNaF 6 is Fredbear's Family Diner, meaning all the FNaF 4 locations and sister location are also under the Pizzaplex. And personally, I also believe that Fredbear's becomes Circus Babies before it becomes FNaF 6. So, if that is the case, then there's a lot of stuff in this one spot. So
himself that tells us that he owns the land which MC
I'm gonna rewind a little bit.
itself. I mean, we know that Fazbear isn't against saving some cash by building on top of previous establishments. And there's one text log directly from Willie A himself that tells us that he owns the land which MCM stands on. But that's only one of the mimics answered for. What about M1? Well, to start with, she's just chilling inside a computer. Yeah, it seems that not only was M2 a copy of M1's programming, he also put M2 into the very same endoskeleton. Just look at them side by side. They're identical. Well, besides the legs, because, you know. And we don't see another one of these endoskeletons walking around or even decommissioned. So all signs are pointing to Edwin removing the M1 program from the endoskeleton, putting M2 into the endoskeleton, and leaving M1 as just a program inside the computer that we find during the parachute ending.
Yeah. Something I mentioned in I think I mentioned this in a theory video already, and I will mention it again in my next theory video, which again, like I said, by the time this becomes a video, that'll already be out. But the Mimic program it's definitely taken out of M1 and put into here. And the reason I say that is because, well, first of all, we already know M1 has to end up in here, so it doesn't really make that much of a difference anyway. If like if it's removed from M2, that makes more sense, considering, like he just said, they look the same. And it's not even just in M2 and M1 like in comparison there. It's also David's drawing of M1, which again looks exactly like M2. So they're clearly the same body, and also in the secret or in the parachute ending, we see a lot of little minions, which are made of like scrap parts, some like garbage cans, TVs, small animatronic arms and stuff. So it's very clear that, well, it's not very clear. It seems like those are like scrapped, failed versions of the Mimic, because notice they're all really small, as if Edwin is trying to replicate a child, right? So those are what Edwin originally made to try to make a body for the Mimic, but he never got it quite right. So the only suitable one was M1. So he took M1 out, put it into mixes, or F10N4, and then put M2 into that body.
It is nice to meet
Into
you
M1.
face to face.
But as I'm sure most of you have realized, this isn't just any computer. This is the same computer that we found down in the basement of Ruin, the one that was running the Mexes program.
Yeah, and on top of that, in the teaser from Help Wanted 2, we also see Mixes come out of that thing. So it's clear that this is the origins of Mixes.
Big digital genie bunny that is keeping M2.
Am I the only one that calls them Mixes? I know everybody calls them Mexes, because I think Gregory kind of vaguely says Mexes in the Ruin ending. But when I first heard it, I thought he said Mixes. So I just stuck to that because I'm stubborn.
Locked away
Just kidding.
the Pizzaplex. Does this mean Fiona is Mexes? Has Mexes actually been the M1 Mimic like we first suspected when we saw the trailers for Ruin? I actually got asked about this during the Theory Crafting livestream we did immediately after our GT Live playthrough, which is what inspired me to do this episode in the first place. So thanks for showing up and being a part of that if that was you. At the time, it stumped me, but now that I've actually had some time to think about it, I believe I do have an answer. And that answer is, not quite. Honestly, it just doesn't make sense for Fiona to be a big blue bunny. Now, yes, I know what series we're talking about. FNaF rarely makes sense, but hear me out. We've always talked about how the Fazbear characters tend to be used as symbolism in these games. Freddy tends to be representative of Henry, for example. But in this game, we're also shown that Fiona was the one who designed Foxy and Chica. So if something is meant to represent her, it's more likely going to be one of those two. In my opinion, most likely Foxy.
What I will say is that in the notes, in the logs, Fiona mentions that she designed a cradle, which is a program that we run at the end of the parachute ending, which allows us to, like, escape. And that is meant to block off certain, like, parameters. I don't know if that's the right way of wording that, but to, like, block off the Mimic from getting to certain places. So, basically, that is Mixes. It's meant to protect people from the Mimic and prevent him from having access to certain areas. And that's what Mixes does in Ruin. He protects people in the Pizzaplex by blocking off certain areas of the Pizzaplex from his will, I guess. So he can't control them anymore, basically. So he protects them. He protects those areas of the Pizzaplex from the Mimic. So it's clear that Cradle program is Mix's, but then M1 is Mix's. So what it seems like to me is Fiona designed the Cradle, which is Mix's, that computer, and then Edwin ended up like getting mad at Fiona for whatever reason. He gets mad at her because he realizes, oh, I'm going crazy. This is not the real Fiona. He decides to finish M2 anyway. I don't know why, but still, he gets mad at her. So maybe that's why he decides to banish her into Mix's. So it seems to me like Fiona designed or Mix's or F10 N4 designed the Cradle, and then Edwin, when he removed her from the M1 body, he turned her into the Cradle, basically. So she is Mix's, but she's still M1, if that makes sense. It's not like the M1 program is Mix's, it's like the M1 program is now a part of Mix's, basically.
Originally a puppet, and she was a puppeteer. But Bonnie has always represented Afton. Afton was the reason Edwin was locked away in the R&D department and in his home, working on the new restaurant concept, keeping him away from his family, his son, which led to his death and eventually to him creating a violent and destructive mimic. So rather than Mix's being a representation of Fiona, it's far more fitting that it's a representation of Afton. This new mimic has taken on part of Edwin's personality, the violent part, and is now being kept locked away by another blue rabbit. Like father, like son. But the real reason I don't think they're one and the same is because of the parachute ending.
Hold on, I need to rewind. I'm not comprehending what he said.
Opinion, most likely Foxy. He was originally a puppet and she was a puppeteer. But
Yeah,
Bonnie has
sure.
always represented Afton. Afton was the reason Edwin was locked away in the R&D department and in his home, working on the new restaurant concept, keeping him away from his family, his son, which led to his death and eventually to him creating a violent and destructive mimic. So rather than Mix's being a representation of Fiona, it's far more fitting that it's a representation of Afton. This new mimic has taken on part of Edwin's personality, the violent part, and is now being kept locked away by another blue rabbit. Like father, like son.
Okay, so the mimic is representative of Edwin, and then Mix's is representative of Afton. So because Afton kind of forced Edwin into working, he was kind of keeping him locked underground. Or in a place. And then Mix's keeps the mimic locked somewhere, right? So I can see that idea. I don't know what he means by father and son, though. Because one is Edwin and one is Afton. They're not father and son.
The real reason I don't think they're one and the same is because of the parachute ending. During it, we have to activate something called Cradle.exe.
And we see Mix's is Cradle.exe. So they're the same thing.
Let's hear about what this Cradle is from one of the text logs. A handful of these logs seem to be addressed to Edwin and have a subject line written in binary, like a computer program trying to communicate, i.e. M1. One of these specifically asks Edwin to consider building the Cradle if he won't fix M2's programming, and provides him with the blueprints for it. She describes it as a computer, bigger than anything he's built before, which sounds familiar on its own, but if you stop just before executing Cradle.exe, you can see that it has a description. Mechanical X-Form Experimental Storage. MXE.
You know, I always connected Cradle to this thing, but I completely forgot that this thing itself literally was labeled as Mix's. So I guess me justifying it is not really necessary, but still.
Mex's was actually M1's idea. But then if Mex's is a separate program designed by M1, why does she end up on the same computer? It's because of what Mex's stands for. I've already mentioned it stands for Mechanical X-Form Experimental Storage. The word there you may not be familiar with is X-Form. Simply, it's just programming shorthand for the word transform, i.e. it's an experimental way of storing or keeping locked away a transforming machine. Makes sense. However, there is a little more to it than that. In programming, the transforming that X-Form refers to is an object's position, rotation, and scale. Again, all things we understand about the Mimic's transforming ability. abilities, but the key is how those transformations are applied. You see, X-forms are hierarchical, meaning transformations applied to a parent X-form affect all of the objects assigned to that parent, like they're its children, if you will. M1 was the first mimic, the original, so it needed to be on the same machine as Mex's to act as the hierarchical X-form for M2. M1 has also taken on the role of Fiona, while M2 is supposed to be David, Fiona's child. Again, fitting nicely into that hierarchical programming setup. The parent is there so that Mexes can help control the child. Mexes can apply something to M1 that will automatically control M2. But clearly the program was never installed. Edwin built the Cradle computer and put M1 Fiona into it in order that the Mexes program could use her to control the child and keep it locked away, but Mexes isn't actually installed until we come along during the parachute ending. Eventually, Fazbear came along and collected the Cradle in a Fazbear van like we saw in the Help Wanted 2 update, with Mexes fully operational. It's at this point that I believe they separated these two programs, Mexes and M1. The Cradle was then rebranded from F10N4 to completely Mexes, like we see in the basement of Ruin, and the M1 program was removed and likely stored like we saw in the Storyteller, until they decided they needed it for video games.
Told us to scan it.
Has to be two.
Said it would expedite the process. It was just junk, circuit boards and things like that.
Which of course leads to M1 taking over Fazbear's systems, corrupting the animatronics, and creating the storylines that we see in Help Wanted, Security Breach, Help Wanted 2, and Ruin. This would all seem to line up with the previous theories I mentioned at the start of this episode, with Helpy actually being the M1 program controlling the entire Pizzaplex. It would also explain why M1 is able to stop Mexes. They are no longer on the same system. Mexes no longer has the hierarchical power to use M1 as an X-form. But on that note, if Mexes was M1's idea, why then is she actively stopping it? Helpy is literally helping Cassie get further into the Pizzaplex, teaching her how to stop Mexes and how to free the Mimic. Well, it's because while Mexes was her idea, it was never really her goal.
Try again.
Wait, what?
Further into the Pizzaplex, teaching her how to be stopping. On that note, if Mexes was M1's idea, why then is she actively stopping it? Helpy is literally helping Cassie get further into the Pizzaplex, teaching her how to stop Mexes and how to free the Mimic. Well, it's because while Mexes was her idea, it was never really her goal.
Try again. Make another, and we can all be together.
I miss you, but I miss my child. I want him back.
We must convince him to repair M2. That is all that I want.
In the text log about the Cradle, M1 is trying to appeal to Edwin, asking him to make the Cradle because it became clear he wasn't going to fix M2. But really, she wanted her child.
I mean, she says in that she's trying to protect David, so like it makes sense.
Mexes was just a stopgap for her, a way to keep the Mimic safe while she figured out a way to fix it without Edwin. That's why she faked the voice of Fazbear Dispatch and convinced Arnold to explore the manor and find the schematics for the Mimic. It's so that she can...
I don't think he read the comments of his last video, because people told him in the comments, but it wasn't M1 that told him to go to MCM. He was supposed to go there. Dispatch did tell him to. It was just at like 1 a.m. or something that M1 cut in and took over.
Fix it herself. And if people get hurt along the way, so be it. It's all a price worth paying so that she can get what she wants. Just like we see Helpy do to Cassie in Ruin, leading her to an almost certain demise just to shut down Mexes and free M2. So that's it.
I mean, we also see Helpy's eyes turn orange, meaning that she's definitely controlled by the Ruin Mimic. Or he is definitely controlled by the Ruin Mimic, so.
Finally solved the story of Security Breach and Ruin. It's all about M1
let
Fiona
her-
trying
get
to
her to
reconnect
get
with
him
M2,
out.
the robot David, and fix him so they can be a family again? Oh, I wish it were that simple, friends. But this is FNaF. There are, of course, complications with all of that. While we are...
What I should say is that just because Helpy and the Mimic are two separate entities here, doesn't mean that they're not the same program. I don't think Helpy is M1 at all. I think Helpy is just a digital version of M2. Gregory, or Grimmick, is the Mimic's physical body just talking into the walkie-talkie, while Helpy is just a digital Mimic too. They're both Mimic. They're both M2. Or they're both the Ruin Mimic, whether that's M2 or not. But Mixes is trying to keep the Mimic locked away so that he doesn't go out and hurt people, I guess. But, and just to protect him. So, M2 is trying to shut down Mixes so that, or again, Ruin Mimic, whether that's M2 or not is a different story. But Ruin Mimic is trying to get Cassie to disable Mixes so that he can actually get out. It's not M1 trying to get the Mimic out.
Are being shown very clear motivations for M1 back in 1979.
It would be weird if she was just like, shut me down, please, so that David can go.
Do the robot shut down Mexes and free M2. So that's it. We finally solved the story of Security Breach and Ruin. It's all about M1 Fiona trying to reconnect with M2, the robot David, and fix him so they can be a family again? Oh, I wish it were that simple, friends. But this is FNaF. There are, of course, complications with all of that. While we are being shown very clear motivations for M1 back in 1979, it doesn't mean that's strictly going to be the case going forward. It'd be very easy for us to go, oh, M1 is Fiona, M2 is David, end of story. But it's not like old-fashioned FNaF where these endoskeletons are possessed by the spirits of the original person. They are programs designed to learn and imitate those people. We're shown this with M2 throughout the game. It started as a copy of M1's program, then it's given David stimuli, then it learns to be violent, not because David was violent, but because Edwin was violent towards it. Then in Ruin, we see M2 mimicking Gregory's voice. Again, a new stimulus changing how it behaves. M1 is no different. There is a note that can be found in the basement of Murray's Costume Manor, where you have to avoid the moon and collect the final collectible. It reads as follows, quote, "We were expecting. There were complications. Consciousness was lost for an undetermined time. Once I woke, we were all together and happy, a family. But something was different. I felt wrong somehow. Was I me? Corrupted file suspected." This moment being mentioned, the complications, the loss of consciousness, we've heard about it before. Or should I say, we've read about it. This is Fiona's story. Just not the one from Secret of the Mimic, but from Tales from the Pizzaplex. In it, Fiona gets pregnant, but there are complications, and she dies during.
Figuring out money as a young adult.
Seconds and unskippable. Why?
Childbirth. The only difference here is that the writer wakes up and suddenly they're a happy family. The similarities to Fiona, along with the corrupted file, makes it sound like this is coming from M1 Fiona's perspective. She remembers dying in childbirth, but then suddenly is awake and part of a happy family like the Fiona from this timeline. Her memories are becoming conflated and confused based on other stimuli. How she's being infected with memories from the books is a theory for another day. The point is that M1...
I don't know why, but I'm assuming it's like her, because she's a program. I'm assuming she just kind of is not fluctuating, that's the wrong word. I'm assuming she's just kind of malfunctioning, and like it says, memory error, corrupted file. It's not a real memory. It's like something is going wrong. It's just a matter of why that's going wrong, you know?
Is also susceptible to memory corruption and personality changes based on new stimuli, especially, it would seem, if they share a connection with her. Which brings us to the glitch trap in all of this. It's pretty well accepted at this point that glitch trap has actually been the Mimic program this whole time, infecting Fazbear's systems and mimicking whatever it needed to. Helpy, VIP, the Glamrocks, and acting like a virus, infecting them all in order to take control. If M1 was purely Fiona, it wouldn't make sense for M1 to present herself as anything other than Fiona in some kind of digitized form. Probably a Foxy like we talked about earlier. But instead, we see an old school version of Afton's Yellow Bunny. Why? Because M1 has also been receiving other stimuli thanks to its inclusion in the creation of the Help Wanted VR game, as I alluded to earlier.
Told us to scan it. It was just junk. Circuit boards and things like that.
By having M1 circuitry used to build build Help Wanted, the M1 program was fed information from the first set of games in this franchise, learning all about the yellow bunny killer that would lead kids into the back room and kill them. A family of...
Well, I think the reason it learned about that was because one of the minigames it had to create was Pizza Party. Like, that wasn't altered by Glitch Trap. That was a minigame that was meant to happen, considering that's the game's ending, right? So, M1, or whatever mimic it was, whether it was M1 or M2, the program, either way, that mimic was, that mimic had to learn about the missing children incident so that it could recreate it. So that version of that Glitch Trap suit was probably made for the game, or designed for this game, probably based on like the version of Spring Bonnie at the time. So maybe the mimic like kind of took inspiration from that to recreate that, because technically all he was probably told or learned about was probably that it was like a yellow rabbit suit luring children to the back room. Springtrap is green, so he probably didn't know that it was that character, right? So the only Spring Bonnie he would have known about was probably the Glitch Trap suit, which was what we see on the posters for Fredbear's back in the day, around the time of Secret of the Mimic. We see those posters in Secret of the Mimic, I think. So it probably takes that design and rolls with that to create that minigame. Then he adopts that persona as Glitch Trap, so... That's what happens
children
there,
all
basically.
killed by animatronics, and a father that wanted to put them back together. A father with the same goal as her. Someone willing to crack a few eggs to make an omelette. They're practically the same person, and so M1 accidentally makes them the same person. Wearing the costume, kidnapping the kids we see in the newspaper in Security Breach's bad ending, and leading them into the back and that wanted to put them back in the creation of the Help Wanted VR game, as I alluded to earlier.
Told us to scan it. It was just junk. Circuit boards.
I mean, it doesn't have to be the M1 program. It's probably... I'd argue it's probably M2, considering it's probably going to be the aggressive one, if I had to guess.
And things like that.
By having M1 circuitry used to build Help Wanted, the M1 program was fed information from the first set of games in this franchise, learning all about the yellow bunny killer that would lead kids into the back room and kill them. A family of children all killed by animatronics, and a father that wanted to put them back together. A father with the same goal as her. Someone willing to crack a few eggs to make an omelette. They're practically the same person, and so M1 accidentally makes them the same person. Wearing the costume, kidnapping the kids we see in the newspaper in Security Breach's bad ending, and leading them into the back rooms during VIP. All of this explains why Security Breach's story felt like such a mess. And it's why no theorist could really have predicted what we ended up seeing in Secret of the Mimic. Most of the theories...
I mean, maybe. I feel like it's probably more likely that M2 is Glitch Trap, but, I mean, there's no saying that for sure. I think that Fazbear Entertainment is probably more likely to get the Glitch Trap program, the M2 body, sooner, I guess. I mean, they'll probably get M1 anyway. They have mixes in the van, right? But I feel like that's probably not where they get the program. I feel like they probably get it from Glitch Trap. They get the program that becomes Glitch Trap from M2, because no matter which ending is canon, all of them have some sort of access be granted for M2. They have the van ending where M2 is just crashes the van, so he's out and about, they can grab him. They have the parachute ending where again he's out and about, they can grab him. And then they have the secret ending where he is underground in the house. And if Murray's is under the Pizzaplex, then they can just easily go get him. They can easily go get M1 too, and they do, obviously. But I feel like it just makes sense that because in the books, the Mimic body ends up being used, it's brought to the pizza place. It's possible that it never was like actually used for anything and was just immediately put to the pizza place, but like I feel like it just makes more sense because they have that body because that body is used in the books to get the program, it makes more sense that it was used in the games too. I'm saying it was used in the books to get the program because, well, like I said, the mimic is missing its head in the books, and then in the storyteller, obviously it's not the same head, but Tiger is just a head in the storyteller, right? So even if it's not the same body, it makes sense that those are meant to indicate a connection, that the program was taken from the head to use in the storyteller. So taking the program from the mimic body and using that for Glitch Trap, that makes a lot of sense. Like I said, it also makes sense that the aggressive version of the mimic would probably be the one that was used for Glitch Trap. And yeah, I just think that makes more sense.
That I had were about
Jesus,
Afton
I
and
put my
Henry's
volume way too
parts in
high.
the story, because all signs left by Glitch Trap or the Pizzaplex in general were pointing towards Afton and his involvement with the Mimic. How else were we supposed to interpret a dining table scene with 5 characters clearly representing the Afton family in a room with post-it notes written in binary? But this is why Fiona, M1, was conflating her stories with that of the Aftons. Take a second look at that dining table scene. The magician we assumed was Afton. It's wearing a bow tie, something which, of course, matches Afton's famous Yellow Rabbit costume, but I mentioned in our last theory that within Secret of the Mimic, bow ties are really commonly associated with another character, Edwin. We pick one up off of his statue during Moon.exe, he's wearing it during his company portrait, his wedding photo, and his family photo, and it's literally the logo of his company. Plus, Edwin was kind of a magician when you think about it, specifically when it came to technology. He developed things well beyond what should have been possible for the time, so much so that Fazbear hired him to work on their stuff and eventually bought the whole thing. And then there's the motherly character, the one at the head of the table, the one that we all naturally assumed must be Mrs. Afton, despite the fact she's never shown up in the games. Well, in the game files, that character model is called the Nanny Bot, which is what M1 was originally supposed to be.
Think of it as your new babysitter.
And now M1 is in charge. Edwin wasn't going to fix things, it's up to her, and she has control of the entire Pizzaplex. She is now the one at the head of the table. This dining table now has characters that, yes, fit the Aftons, but the parents also bear a striking resemblance to her own family that she's trying to rebuild. And that drive to rebuild the family is still there.
Well, I will say, that doesn't mean that it has to be Fiona down there, because, first of all, Fiona doesn't have a body. She's in mixes, right? She's not in an animatronic or anything. So it doesn't really make sense that she would be the one in the sticky note room unless you're saying the computers just sat in there with, like, arms, like, just making stuff. I don't know. I don't think it could do that. I don't think it has arms in that computer. So it would have to be probably M2, if I had to guess. So if that's the case, it also works, because it can just be David rebuilding his parents and then conflating them with the Afton family too. Because again, if M2 was used as Glitch Trap, then he, like he's saying Fiona could, David could easily take the information from the Afton family and kind of conflate it with his own too, right? So that still works whether it's David or Fiona, and it just makes more sense to be David, you know?
I already mentioned that Helpy's whole thing is trying to get Cassie down into the basement to stop Mexes and free M2, but which family she's now trying to rebuild is obviously getting a little lost in the source. That's why we have 2 Glitch Trap disciples, Vanessa and Gregory, both of whom we've pointed out since the very beginning share a lot of similarities to the Afton children. And that's not even going into the similarities between David Afton and David Murray. Again, theories for another day. What we're seeing is M1 getting confused, mixing up storylines from her book persona and her newly found Afton persona, conflating the 2 ideas as one in the same. She's trying to rebuild the family she lost all the way back in the 1970s, but thanks to her use by Fazbear Entertainment to make a VR game, she's taken on too much of Afton's persona, and so is still driven to get M2 out of the basement, but who she believes M2 now personifies is completely messed up. Does she still think it's her son David? Does she think it's the other kid from the Afton lineup that's missing, Michael? Or does she not even really know anymore? Is she just trying to free it because that core desire is there, but the meaning has gotten lost through all of this new stimuli? The truth is, that part is unclear right now. Any and all options are available to us. We just need to keep digging while also being aware that the DLC or sequel could drop in a year or so and change everything again. But speaking of digging a little deeper, regardless of who M1 thinks M2 is anymore, I do think we've been given the answer on how to stop both of them once and for all. It's just gonna have to wait until next time. All I'll say for now is that it has everything to do with one of the most tricky and mysterious animatronics from all of Security Breach. And I'll also say that's just a theory. A game theory! Thanks for watching. World premiere on Game Theory. The Legend of the Delta...
Alright, well, that wasn't a bad theory. I think that there's some things, like, I disagree with. Like I said, I think David, M2, is probably Glitch Trap. I think he kind of misunderstood how the Ruin Mimic worked and how he's controlling Helpy rather than... But, like... Or, like, that program is Helpy rather than it being M1. And the stuff with, like, the Ruin Mimic and M2 being the same body, I'm not sure I agree with. I feel like that's kind of weird, but, like, technically possible, I guess. It's just... It's kind of hard to justify, I guess, but... Either way, I don't dislike the theory. It's pretty good. But yeah, that's pretty much it for my reaction to that one. Can you watch another one? Yeah, I'm going to. I'm tired. Alright. Huh. According to rumors, FNaF 3 movie is set to begin filming October 1st, 2025. Oh, is this a rumor or a leak? Oh, it says production list. So I'm assuming this is an official thing. Please note that this can change, and a delay is entirely possible. Yep. Alright. How much did you sleep that you're already tired 1 hour and 30 minutes, 30 to 40 minutes after waking up? What do you mean already tired? Do you think I stopped being tired? How much did you sleep? I went to sleep at like 4 a.m. I was reading Kingdom Come. That's news to me. Yeah, I think it is news. Yeah, apparently this was discovered today, so, like this morning. Superman. What about Superman? Oh, yeah, the Kingdom Come. Yeah, it is Superman. Hello? There we go. Okay. Time to react to this one. Start recording. Alright. Game theory. FNaF How to Stop the Mimic for Good. Let's go. This is 25 minutes and 38 seconds. This is even longer. Jesus.
Sun and Moon are the key to solving the Mimic. We always knew that these strange characters were in some way connected to our latest big bad, but thanks to Secret of the Mimic, we finally know why. And it tells us everything we need to know to end it all. Hello Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, the show that's looking for lore all day and night. And I've been deep on the lore hunt, friends, thanks to the release of Secret of the Mimic. In the last episode, we focused heavily on the past and present of the Mimic, or Mimics, M1 and M2. M2 being the physical animatronic that we fight during the game, a copy of M1's programming gone wrong, that ends up locked away underneath Murray's costume manor, and eventually the Pizzaplex all those years later. Thanks to the inclusion of the scoop and costumes from MCM, the spare parts we find lying around the facility, and, you know, the fact he's still doing the whole attack humans thing because of what Edwin did to it.
Not him. You're not. Stop sounding like him.
M1, on the other hand, is a program that during the game is primarily appearing as Fiona, Edwin's deceased wife, trying to fix M2 in order that she can get her son, David, back. She convinces Edwin to build something called the Cradle, a large computer that Mixes spawns from during Ruin. The problem is, as time's gone on, M1 gets removed from the Cradle and is used by Fazbear to create a VR game, Help Wanted, being taught all about Afton's escapades and therefore beginning to mimic.
I would just like I said with the other reaction. I don't think that. I feel like M1 probably was never removed from the Cradle, and I also don't think that M1 was ever ever Glitch Trap. I think it was more likely M2.
His actions creating Glitch Trap. Now, M1 is confused, still trying to bring back her family, but who her family is has become a mix of her own family, like the magician and nanny bots representing her and Edwin, with the children of the Afton family that we saw in the original run of games. But what we didn't get to talk about last time was the future of the Mimic, and its connection to a character that we have been theorizing about for years, Sun and Moon. When he first showed up in Security Breach, we knew nothing about this guy or what his purpose in the whole story was. By the time Ruin came along, it felt like he had to be connected to the Mimic, with both of them sharing the same individually moving teeth, and the fact that he wears a Jester costume, which felt very connected to both the Jester costume we learned about in the books, as well as the whole Fall Fest carnival.
Yeah, I would also say that Sun and Moon is very clearly reminiscent of Vanessa and Vanny, with Vanny being the moon side, the darker side, and then Vanessa being the sun, the lighter side. And it makes a lot of sense, because in both cases it's a split personality, and also in Ruin, we learned that the Princess Quest ending was canon, which is the ending that frees Vanessa from Vanny. And then, at the same time, in Ruin, Cassie has to repair Sun and Moon by getting rid of the split personality, making them like a happy character again. Eclipse isn't really just Sun, to be fair, but it is a good character, a good guy, unlike Moon, so it's more like Sun. And again, it just gets rid of the split personality. Also, in Princess Quest, if you believe Cassidy is the princess, that's interesting because Cassie is the one that frees Sun and Moon. So, in Ruin, Vanny and Vanessa lose their split personality and is saved by Cassidy. Also in Ruin, Sun and Moon lose their split personality. They're saved, turned into Eclipse by Cassie. So that very clearly seems to be a connection. I think that's definitely intentional. But the question is that all they represent? Clearly no, because now we know from Secret of the Mimic, Sun represents M1, as we know from the Parachute ending, or when we see her in that ending, like Mixes. And then in the Moon.exe minigame, we see how Moon is representative of Edwin. So,
but now we have Secret of the Mimic, and Sun and Moon are all over this thing.
Yep.
We've got OG versions of the characters, we've got symbolic minigames, we've even got a mysterious lullaby, all of which make one thing extremely clear. We were 100% right about Sun and Moon being connected to the Mimic. Throughout the game, we are being shown that these 2, or 3, or I suppose 4 characters are intrinsically connected in so many interesting ways, but most importantly, Sun and Moon is actually the key to not just solving the Mimic, but ending it once and for all. I hope you've knocked over all your stackable toys, friends, because it's finally time to clean up the mess that is Sun and Moon. But before we get started, quick reminder, on August 16th at 2 p.m. Eastern, I'm going to be hosting our FNaF Secret of the Mimic live talkback, and I'm going to be joined by the wonderful John FNaF, Rytoast, ID's Fantasy, Hyperdroid, and Dorko. We're going to be talking all things Secret of the Mimic and even taking some questions
depending
from
on when
you
it
guys.
is
So
happening,
make sure
I
you're subscribed
probably
and
won't
tune
watch,
in
'cause I
to
have
be
work
a
on
part of it.
Saturdays.
You won't want to miss it. Remember, that's August 16th, 2 p.m. Eastern, right here
Also,
on
again,
Game
when this is
Theory.
turned
But
into a
now,
video,
to the
this
video.
will probably
The first
be after
instance
the
we get of
talk
Sun
back.
or Moon appearing in this game is
So.
right as we enter Murray's costume manor for the first time. As we head over to the computer in the security office, we can find a few options to select. Maps, obviously a map of the facility. Logs, which is where we get to see all the juicy lore-filled chat logs that were found from the mailboxes strewn about the building. And then there's our main focus for today, Moon.exe. We've talked about Moon.exe in our previous episodes, but in case you missed those or the massive playthrough we did over on GT Live, it's basically a game within a game. We start in a bedroom, and while the goal is initially unclear, if you take a wrong turn, you face the wrath of Sleepy Moon, who tells you to go back to bed. Now, as you play the normal game, you can find collectibles inside of presents that you can then load into the system, and they will appear inside Moon.exe for you to use. Each one serves a specific purpose, either helping you to thwart Moon's attempts to stop you, or giving us information about Edwin and his family. In a previous episode, we've talked about the snow globe that is next to a married man and woman, where the woman looks burnt, and how it's meant to be symbolic of Edwin and Fiona Murray. But that isn't the only lore this game provides us. The initial premise of us being told to go back to bed gives you the impression that we're a child, trying to sneak out of our bedroom and go on an adventure. As we go through this adventure, we encounter a baby owl that we can save that then sticks with us throughout the journey, cooing and rubbing up against us like a pet.
It's always 15-second unskippable.
However, things take a weird turn when we encounter the old woman that lives in a cabin in the woods. This old woman has a head covered in spikes, kinda like you'd expect a sun to be represented. After fulfilling her tasks and fixing her 3 broken masks,
she's literally referred to as the sun. What?
she then hands you a final mask, the mask of a baby owl. At the same time, our baby owl friend seems to have gone missing, but the oven is now on, and there's a suspicious smell of chicken in the air. With our new mask equipped, this sun woman takes us to a cave that Moon
Oh, I didn't even know that.
only
I didn't even know the oven was on.
for Moon to see the baby owl mask and to run away crying. This was the moment that things clicked for me. At first, I figured we were playing as David, with Moon being an obvious analog for his father Edwin. That's why we got explicit messages like, "Go back to bed, I'm too busy." Things that Edwin would actively say to both David and his wife Fiona.
Just give me a minute. David's 2 years old. He won't remember a thing. Besides, he's got plenty more birthdays.
However, this moment where Moon, Edwin, sees us wearing a baby owl mask and then runs away crying, along with us only gaining the owl mask as the baby owl disappeared, it made me realize we weren't playing as David, but the mimic, M2. M2 was designed to mimic David perfectly, like it was wearing a mask pretending to be him. And we know that that actually really upset Edwin.
Stop. You're not him. You're not. Stop sounding like him.
This game, therefore, Moon.exe, is essentially M2 learning how to be David, being taught how to behave, like being in David's bedroom and being told to go back to bed. The baby owl, therefore, the one that we get the mask from, that disappears and dies, is
David.
the actual David. And the old woman's son, the one guiding us through the game that directs us on our journey once we have the owl mask, well, the game is pretty clear about who that is. Once you execute the parachute program and head down to the R&D department, we find M1, the original mimic, now taking on the persona of Fiona, sitting there like we spoke about last time. And on the monitor surrounding her, we see the same Sun character. M1, Fiona, is Sun. And that actually explains how M2 learned to be David in the first place. When M1 and Edwin are arguing about whether to make M2, David is already gone.
It happened, and you have to deal with it. You did it before.
So how did M2 learn to copy something that wasn't around to be copied? Well, if you saw our last episode, you'll know that M2 is actually a copy of M1's program, and M1 was around while David was alive. We even see a photo of them sitting on a hill together. So Sun, the one who is controlling and guiding this game for M2, is able to use her memory of David to help inform M2. This does bring up an interesting detail though. M1 gives M2 the owl mask, and suddenly baby owl is gone, being cooked on Sun's stove. We also know that M1 was the one that Edwin asked to go down and get David from his playground.
Fiona, go get him.
Yeah, I noticed that too.
This would seem to imply that David's death may not have been an accident after all. That
M1 killed him.
actually killed David in order that she could have a real family, a robot family, just like her. We spoke last time about how she's getting confused between different iterations of Fiona, one from the books and one from the games, thanks to this note we found in the basement of MCM. It's possible that she figured out she wasn't the real Fiona, and so wanted her own family, rather than just an inherited one where she didn't really belong. But I'm aware this part's a little bit more speculative, it just occurred to me while I was writing this. Anyway, the point is that Moon.exe is showing us that Moon equals Edwin and Sun equals Fiona. Well, M1's version of Fiona. This finally explains why we see our modern Sun and Moon presented the way they are. By the time we get to Security Breach Glitch Trap, or M1 has control of the pizza place. She is in control of the animatronics, which is why they turn on us in the first place. But when she gets control of Sun and Moon, we see that Sun is the caretaker.
They're always 15 seconds and they're always unskippable. Why? I've spent like 3 minutes of this stream watching ads, dude. Probably more.
Finger pain, tell stories, drink fizzy fast until our heads explode.
They are the one who wants things to be perfect and wants to win the child's affections. They are also the one during Ruin who wants to be rebooted.
We need to be whole.
Just like M1 Fiona wants M2 to be fixed. Moon, on the other hand,
Naughty boy, it's past your bedtime.
they want the child to just go to sleep and are far more aggressive, reflecting how M1 sees Edwin. She believes him to be aggressive both because of Moon.exe and, well, you know.
Stop sounding like him.
However, there is one more mention of Sun and Moon that's inside Moon.exe that I want to mention, because on the surface, it is slightly confusing. What's not confusing, though, is having gourmet quality meals prepared by award-winning chefs delivered straight to your door thanks to today's sponsor, Cook Unity. As I'm
Okay.
into the confusing stuff going on inside Moon.exe. Once we get inside the cave that Moon was guarding, we encounter a broken statue. We go through the various tunnels and one by one find pieces of the statue, putting it back together to create a Moon-like figure. Suddenly, we're told that we have been reborn.
You rebuilt yourself, but now you are split in two. Moon and Sun, destruction and life.
So
yeah, so the Moon one is Edwin and the Sun one is Fiona.
does this throw a hole in my argument here? Sun and Moon are now being used to describe M2, not Edwin and M1. And at first, that was my concern. But as I've thought about it,
I feel like it's meant to be like the two mimics are like separate. It could also be Edwin and David because the M2 has both of them. But I feel like it kind of makes sense for it to just be both mimics, I guess. Or, I don't know. I could be wrong.
More, I've realized it's not about the metaphor or symbolism changing, they're actually feeding into one another. The rebuilding of the statue is reminiscent of M2 rebuilding itself after Edwin destroyed it.
You know, speaking of legs, what do you think? I just finished mine.
But then, why a moon statue? Something that specifically references Edwin. Well, because it's not the same moon. Edwin is represented by Sleepy Moon, a full moon character, but this moon is a crescent moon. This is a new character, one that is similar to Sleepy Moon, even inspired by, you could say, but it's entirely its own thing. And when we're finished, we are told that it has been reborn. M2 putting itself back together wasn't just fixing itself, it was reborn. Now with a new input. Violence. Edwin's violence. Moon's violence. It was no longer just the M1 based program it was before. Edwin's actions affected M2 and caused it to be reborn as the violent animatronic we know now, like a new version of the character Moon. But it isn't just Moon. We're told that it is a combination of that destruction and the life of Sun. M1 wants to create life, making M2 their son, while Edwin wants to destroy M2. These two things have combined together to make the mess that is M2, and those pieces are now at war with each other. Again, just like Sun and Moon are in Security Breach. Duality in this franchise is something that I've wanted to write a theory about for a long time. It felt like there's been so much of it in the series, from the two-toned logo.
Yeah, I just think it makes sense that it's kind of both Edwin and David and Fiona and David. So it's like the physical mimic is Edwin and David, but the two different mimics, like the two different mimic programs, one of them becomes the Edwin program, the violent one, and then one of them becomes the Fiona program, the happy one that's trying to make people live. And Sun is Fiona and Edwin is Moon. So I think that makes sense.
The Ruin website, the two colored eyes of the tiger plushie, Sun and Moon, to even as far back as William versus Henry. It's always been about these two opposing sides being mixed together into one thing. Something that usually ends in a mess or tragedy. At the time, I just didn't really know where it was going in order to write the theory on it. But now I understand. This is what it was trying to tell us. Visual clues to tell us the story of Edwin and M1 Fiona without actually spelling it out. It's also why Sun and Moon's moving teeth are the same as the mimics. They may not literally be the same. Sun and Moon may not actually be a mimic, but it's visual storytelling, giving us a physical clue.
I remember noticing that before I even
were just missing
saw
the
him
key
mention
detail
it,
of Edwin and M1 even existing in this continuity to be able to tie it all together. Although I'm sure the lore reason for the teeth thing is once again just the mimic rebuilding itself with spare parts. We'll see. But Sun and Moon isn't done teaching us about the mimic just yet, because in Ruin, we get to see that these opposing sides can turn from a mess into something new. We see Sun struggling to keep control while Moon is acting dangerous, again, like we've been seeing with M2, the original program unable to keep control, with the violence taking over and attacking people. But after Cassie is able to plug in the data diver, Fazwrench, they reboot and Eclipse is born. They are calm, fun, friendly, protective, exactly as they were supposed to be. We fixed them. But did you notice the key detail? Eclipse isn't Sun now fully in control, nor is Moon completely gone. It's both halves mixed together in order to create something new. Sure, Sun was trying to help us and was the good side of both of them, but we're being shown that you actually need both sides in perfect balance in order to make things work. And this idea is reflected in Secret of the Mimic 2. When down in the basement, we encounter Sleepy Moon in the flesh, or cloth, or whatever it is he's made out of. And one of the telltale signs he's close by is you can hear him singing.
Oh, he's near, he's near, he's near.
Tins loaded bowls?
The people that watch this as a video will never understand because I always edit out the ads. So when people watch this as a video, they'll never understand how much of a struggle this shit was.
It can be hard to make out the exact lyrics he's singing while you're trying desperately not to lose all your progress, but the melody should definitely ring a bell.
You don't lose
it's
all your
actually
progress,
the most popular lullaby of all time, simply called Wagenlei, or lullaby in English. You may have also heard it known as Brahms' lullaby, named after its composer, Johannes Brahms. And it goes a little something like this. Lullaby and good night, with roses bed eyes, with lilies o'erspread, his baby's wee bed. Lay thee down now and rest, may thy slumber be blessed. Lay thee down now and rest, may thy slumber be blessed. Thank you, thank you. Now, you could say that the use of this song was just they needed a lullaby from Sleepy Moon to sing, so they picked the most obvious one. But when has that ever been the game theory way? You see, this song wasn't written to be sung on its own. It was designed as a mother and father duet. While the mother would sing the lullaby, alongside it, the father would sing an old German folk song called Sis Andischt, which is a song that the original mother actually used to sing to Brahms when they were together. This would then work as a counter melody underneath the primary melody of the lullaby. Counter melodies are super interesting because rather than a harmony which works in lockstep with the melody, the counter melody is literally a second different melody that plays at the same time. If you try this with just any two songs, you're going to have a lot of clashes and mess, and it's just not going to work. But when done right, these two parts that don't feel like they should go together suddenly begin to almost dance. They bounce off one another, creating something totally new. It's not working together in harmony, but they do work together, despite appearing diametrically opposed. But right now, with Mimic as is, it clearly is a mess. These two forces are working against each other, not as a counter melody, but as clashing melodies. So if Eclipse and the lullaby are showing us we need to bring these pieces into alignment, how do we do that? Well, I think the answer lies in the secret ending of Secret of the Mimic.
I was actually just thinking about that. It's like, in that ending... Actually, not really, because in that ending, we don't make Edwin and David's sides combine. We get rid of Edwin's side and just turn it solely into David. So it's like, that's kind of more reminiscent of the Vanny and Vanessa thing, too. It's like, they remove the evil side and turn it into just the good side, too. That's interesting to think about. But that's not really bringing the two sides together, though. It's just removing one side.
In order to get M2 to calm down enough that we can insert new programming into it, we have to play a bedtime story for it.
Yeah.
The bedtime story itself changes each time, but what doesn't change is the people telling the story. The pre-recorded tapes that we find throughout the Murray household to get here include Edwin's voice and Fiona's voice. Both of them working together to tell a story, telling M2 that violence doesn't solve anything, in order to bring balance to M2. The lullaby also hints at this because it actually has one more name that I neglected to mention. It's sometimes known as the Cradle Song or Cradle Lullaby, just like Cradle.exe, which we spoke about last time, is Mexes, a program designed to soothe M2, keep it under control, but required M1 and Edwin to work together to implement. M1 wants to restore M2. Edwin wants to destroy all versions of the Mimic. These two things shouldn't work together. They feel like conflicting views. But when these characters come into alignment with one another, the song begins to form. M1 cannot restore M2 on her own. Sure, she may have the glitched code, but Edwin's voice was crucial for the plan working. We need to bring M1 and Edwin back together in order to truly stop whatever M2 has become, and to put both M1 and M2 to rest finally. But you may have noticed a problem with that solution. As far as we can tell, Edwin is dead.
Due to a minor detonation,
probably.
there is damage to my office interior, as well as a small fire.
No. M2. Response, please.
Figuring out money as a young adult.
I can't move. I can't feel my legs.
M2 blew up part of the house and refused to help Edwin while it burnt and collapsed around him. But remember what franchise we're talking about here, friends. Just because someone is dead doesn't mean they're truly gone. In fact, Moon basically tells us as such with the lullabies he's singing. Oh yeah, this thing still has a lot to give in terms of lore significance, and it's to do with the more meta side of it. Why it was written and who it was written for. Brahms wrote this lullaby for his close friend Bertha Faber. Brahms and Faber used to date many years before, which is when she used to sing Sis Arndish to him, a song about a shepherd and his lover. When they reconnected years later, she was married to someone else, had a child with another on the way. Brahms wrote this lullaby for the birth of that second child, but it wasn't a completely selfless, sweet act. He wrote it so that when she and her husband sang it together to their baby, he would also be there. It was a way of making sure he was connected to her always, even when he wasn't physically around. If Moon is supposed to represent Edwin, and he's the one singing this song, it makes me think that we're being told that while he may be physically gone, he's not completely gone. He's just somewhere hidden, somewhere we wouldn't expect. And that somewhere, I believe, is Princess Quest. Because
What? That was the biggest curveball I've ever heard in my life. Not saying he's wrong, that was so random. Okay, so, I will say, I'm not sure or anything, but I wouldn't be surprised if, if Sleepy Moon was also a mimic. And it could even have Edwin in it, because Sleepy Moon in Moon.exe is also Edwin. But I will say, though, that Edwin is already in a mimic, so I feel like that's kind of redundant, because Edwin and David are both in M2, so.
He's not completely gone. He's just somewhere hidden, somewhere we wouldn't expect. And that somewhere, I believe, is Princess Quest. Because I think that Edwin is the king, otherwise known as Old Man Consequences. Okay, before you start writing in the comments about how I followed in Matt's footsteps and I've lost my mind to this franchise, hear me out. I'm not the only person to have had this idea. This idea was actually brought up during our recent live theory crafting session by fellow FNaF theorist Gibby's Horror Homestead.
Oh, I see that, Gibby Horror's Homestead. Edwin as Old Man Consequences. Hello, Gibby. Great for you to join us. This thought actually occurred to me today.
And not only had the thought occurred to me earlier that day, since then, I've not been able to get it out of my head. It just makes so much sense to me. I mean, Edwin is the ultimate man of consequence. His creation of crazy gadgets landed him in bed with Fazbear, who then took everything from him.
I guess it doesn't make sense. It does make sense if you think about the idea of, like, him wanting his bedtime story or whatever being like, I don't remember. I haven't listened to the bedtime story stories thoroughly, so I don't actually know for sure. But I will say that if what he said was true about, like, them being about how violence isn't the answer, I'm pretty sure they are, from what I remember, vaguely. If that's the case, then it makes sense, because Edwin doesn't like the violence, and his mistake of causing violence led to the consequences of the mimic becoming violent and murderous, right? So that's why he's called Old Man Consequences. He made a mistake. He did the very thing that he was trying to say was wrong. So now he's learned his lesson. So as Old Man Consequences, he's trying to get people, like, whether you believe Cassidy or Andrew is the vengeful spirit, no matter who you think it is, he's trying to get them to not be vengeful anymore. So, like, he's trying to get them to not torture Afton, basically. Like, Old Man Consequences does that. So, if Old Man Consequences is Edwin, that kind of does add up. But, I don't know, the question is, one thing I mentioned in my video on the Survival Logbook was, the question is whether Edwin or David actually existed by the time those other games came out. Because if they didn't, then obviously that doesn't work. Or it could just be that there was no identity for Old Man Consequences before, and it was just supposed to be someone who made mistakes or whatever, and then Edwin kind of filled in that role when he was created. I mean, that's possible, but I don't know. Like, if he was planned, like, I feel like the idea of Edwin probably had to be planned. Like, the idea of, like, that character was, like, the idea of that character who, like, filled in that role. It, like, yeah, the idea of a character, like, with the role of Edwin, like, that probably existed at some point, like, way before Edwin was created. And then Edwin filled in that role. So it's not completely illogical to think that whoever filled that role originally, or that role that was yet to be filled, that character was Old Man Consequences, and then Edwin was made to fill in the gaps of that character that Scott never fleshed out fully. Like, I think that can very well work. It's just a question of how. It's possible. I'll keep watching, though, just to see what he says.
His rushed inventions meant things could go wrong easily, so Fiona went to Fall Fest to make sure that didn't happen, and she died. He didn't pay enough attention to his son, and so David ended up dead. He created an incredibly powerful AI and then beat it up, and so in return, it killed him. Everything Edwin did came back to bite him on the butt. Consequence, thy name is Edwin. Plus, in the Tales from the Peterplex story, The Storyteller, Edwin does come back 40 years later and tries to stop the Mimic. And Old Man Consequences in Security Breach is all about equipping the princess to defeat the Glitch Trap virus,
true, yeah.
aka the M1 program that's been corrupted by Afton's influence and is now running the Peterplex. We also know that Game Edwin wants to stop the Mimic. Both Mimics.
I let a machine raise my kid. You're not real. What was I thinking?
He realized what he'd created and that it couldn't replace the real thing, which is why he didn't want to fix M2. Instead, just going along with the plan to create mexes to pacify it. Now, I'm not saying that Edwin is possessing Princess Quest or anything like that. Modern FNaF requires modern solutions, and so I believe it's more likely that, like M1 isn't really Fiona, but the M1 program mimicking Fiona, that this is another program designed to imitate Edwin, like a digital signature of sort.
Huh, I'm realizing something. The data diver is like a USB, right? So you plug it into the monitors and then it opens up the stuff that you have installed onto it, the maps, the logs, all that stuff. The data diver is storing that things, and then we plug them into, when we plug it into certain types of computers, it displays that stuff. We take it out, computer shuts off. So, if we plug the data diver into M2, then it becomes David. Maybe we didn't get rid of Edwin. Maybe we took it out of M2 and put it into the data diver. In which case, the Mimic just becomes David again, and then we store Edwin on the data diver, so then maybe he could be used for something else in the future. So maybe then that data diver ends up being used to make Princess Quest, and Edwin's program is still on it. That's just a random idea. I just thought of it randomly just now. Could be completely wrong. I'm just kind of spitballing here, but I feel like it kind of makes sense, right? Because like I said, the data diver is kind of like a USB. So it could just store Edwin. I don't know. But the question is, if Edwin was Old Man Consequences, then he would have to be a spirit, because, well, like, yeah, he would have to be a spirit because he appears in Ultimate Custom Night. So, yeah. Unless you say Ultimate Custom Night is not a nightmare like in the books, but rather a game, because it's connected with FNaF World, which is aware that it's a game. That's not a theory I have, that's a theory some of my friends have. So, and, like, technically it's possible, because there's, like, the FNaF World characters that randomly appear in Ultimate Custom Night, so it's possible that it's just part of FNaF World, and then that's a game, in which case the Edwin Mimic program could be in FNaF World. Also adds up because the Mimic Ball is in FNaF World, so you could say that. Again, I'm just spitballing. I'm not saying I necessarily believe that, but now that I'm saying all this stuff, maybe I'll make a theory on that at some point, because that's interesting to think about. But yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. I could see something like that, maybe. I don't know. I'll keep watching.
In the real world, programmers will sometimes physically put part of themselves into their code. They will leave a line of code or even just a few letters or symbols so that when someone else takes a look, they will know whose code it is. We actually see Gregory do this in GGY.
Yeah,
when the
does.
animatronics begin behaving strangely, the characters take a look at the code and find the letters GGY all over the place. It's not really doing anything, it's just a digital signature to let you know that this was Gregory's doing. At this point, M1 has been integrated into basically every part of Fazbear Entertainment's technology. M1 is running the show, corrupting everything, but M1 was Edwin's code. He created it, and so I'm suggesting that deep in that programming lies a little piece of himself, almost like a failsafe that's there trying to fight back. Old man consequences. In FNaF World, he was buried deep in that code, but as time's gone on, he's slowly come more and more to the surface, able to help more and more. He helped Vanny fight back against the glitch trap virus. We even saw Moon, the character we've talked about representing Edwin, giving over glitch trap to Vanny so that she could crush it and be free of its influence at the end of Princess Quest 4. And I think in whatever sequel Steelwell has planned, we're going to have to help Old Man Consequences one last time to free M1 of glitch trap's influence and bring Edwin and M1 together to stop M2. They may be doing it for different reasons. Edwin may still want to destroy it. M1 may still want to fix it. But if we can get them to put aside their differences, those counter melodies are going to start to work together to create a complete piece that will end the internal battle of the Mimic once and for all. Although the Mimic in Ruin does seem to have a convenient hole where we had to insert the data diver during the secret ending, so we might have to figure out a different way to get these two fighting programs into it in the first place. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory! Thanks for watching.
World premiere on
Okay.
Game Theory.
This theory was pretty good. I'm intrigued by it. And I will say that it's definitely given me a lot to think about with the Edwin stuff. And FNaF World and Ultimate Custom Night. I'm intrigued. I actually I think that'll be my next theory after the next one. I think I want to work on that. I think I should do that. My next theory is about like Edwin and Fiona and the Mimic and stuff. So I think I could very well do a video on Old Man Consequences and FNaF World and Ultimate Custom Night and Edwin and all that stuff together in the next for my next theory after that. I don't know. I'm intrigued. But yeah, that's it for this reaction. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and I'll be right back. Hey, I'm back. Sorry, I took a little longer than I was going to. I was writing down notes for the theory on old man consequences. So, I think next thing on our to-do list is 5 laps at Freddy's? I think so. It's been 2 hours now. So... It's me. Hi, Golden Freddy. Watch him teleport into my room right now. Ah! So, I think it's 5 laps of Freddy's time. Also, I reorganized my my desktop. I made it invincible, and then I put all my stuff around here. I got my recycle bin right here, and then this is the music that I use for my stuff. As you can see right here, this is the one. Anyway, so this is my desktop now. Speaking of Invincible, I'm getting the comics soon. I'll probably buy the first compendium tomorrow, actually, when I get paid. So, anyway, where is 5 laps of Freddy's? Right here. You want to allow this app to make changes to your device. For the record, I haven't opened 5 laps of Freddy's or Dead by Daylight, so either one of them could break my PC. And either one of them could just not work. Launching. I assume it's installing. Because it says running install script. I'll give it a few hours. Have you seen the DVD collab? I mean, I know it exists. I haven't played it, though. I haven't played Dead by Daylight once in my life. So, first time for everything. There we go. Click team. Unreal Engine. Loading. Five laps at Freddy's. Options. Full screen. You can use a controller for this? These are some weird ass controls. Huh. Okay. Switch items? I don't know, 1. Use item, I'll say E. What? F and B, why not? Right shift? You expect me to use right shift? Do I need my mouse for this? P. I'll go control for this. And then rear view. Tab, why not? Everything safe? Yep. New game, sure. Hello. Okay. Freddy Fazbear. Springtrap. Balloon Boy. Mangle. Puppet. Foxy. Chica. Bonnie. Alright, well, let's do Freddy first. Okay. Standard cart. Trash in the gang. What? Midnight motor. Purple car with a spring Bonnie head on it. I wonder what that means. The cup cart. And back to the standard cart. Let's do the standard cart. For now. Races Fazbear Hills. The Sinkhole. This is FNaF 6, huh? Midnight Motorist. Hold on, I want to read all these. Race down the sunny roads of Animatronica's famous hills. Ooh. Animatronica. That's from FNaF World. Experience the thrills of the outdoors as you make your way through this classic locale. Alright. Buried deep underground, a track calls your name. What remains of this twisted and ruined raceway, and can you make it to the end? Make your way down the highway at 240 bits per mile. Whether rain or shine, this mysterious track offers a challenge for any hardened racer. Alright, let's do Fazbear Hills first. I want to try every character in every location. So. Okay. I missed that. Did that go the wrong way? Ah, crap. For the record, I'm very bad at Mario Kart. Ah, crap. I did not mean to do that. That I meant to do, but not like that. Oh, crap. Shit. I suck. Turbo! Oh, what? I have no idea what's going on. Crap. Ah, whoops. It is 12 a.m. Is 8th last place, by the way? Ah, crap, I missed. I don't know how I use item by 1. I don't know what this does. Oh my god. What just happened? I'm in first. I don't know how I did this. Ah, crap, that's not good. No. No! Damn it. I suck at this. Damn it. Oh, I was hoping I would make it right past them. Okay. Could have been worse. Wait, did I make it past them? Oh, I did make it past them. I got second. Nice. I just like zoomed right past them like at the last second. I got 313.098, and then they got 313.883. What do you mean they got 435? We didn't even make it that long. I guess that's how long they would have gotten it. All right. Oh, I didn't mean to press play again. I did not mean to do that. I'd like to leave.
3, 2, 1, start.
Quit. Yes, I am. I'm sure. Okay. Like I said, I am very bad at Mario Kart, for the record. Let's do Bonnie. We'll go down the line. We'll select him. And we'll do, now we'll do Cup Kart with Chica. We'll do Trash in the Gang. We'll do, Sinkhole. Why not? Sure. I have no idea what the items I got did, by the way. There's generators? Hopefully I don't have to do anything with that.
2, 1, start.
Are you serious? What? Okay. So, note to self, never drift in my life, because that sucks. I suck, I mean. Clearly. Okay. So, this is something I should never do. I missed. Damn it. Oh, whoops. You shut up. Man, he stole it. Ah, shit. Ah, shit. I'm sorry? What just happened? Nice. Bitch. The cupcake is the mushroom. Aw. Aw. Go this way. What the fuck is that? I guess that's the thing that jump scared me. It's like chasing. Oh crap. So I guess that thing can jump scare you and slow you down. Oh. Whoops. Shit. Crap. Ow! Shit. I don't know what the magnet does. Maybe I should, maybe I save that for like when I'm in, what is going on? Are you serious? Get me out! Why am I stuck? That was annoying. As balls. Don't know what that does. Maybe the magnet is when I go near items. Shit. Don't take that. Fuck off. Give me that. Super speed! Ah, shit. I'm in 5th place, by the way. This is not very good. Fuck off. Okay, I made it in 6th. Great. They made it in 446. Great. That was not very nice. Alright, let's go again. Let's go Springtrap first. Actually, wait, no. I said I was gonna go down the line. So I'll do Chica. And then we'll do this thing. And then we'll do, we can do Midnight Motorist. Later I'll do Midnight Motor with Springtrap on Midnight Motorist.
3, 2, 1, start!
Is this smashing windshields? Hell yeah. Crap. I went to go get a battery and used it, which caused... And then I used up all the battery, which ended up getting me farther behind. Great. Oh, hello. Well, that's not nice. Seriously. Seriously? Hey, it's the hug. I'm really bad at this, if you guys can't tell. It's also hard to see the track. Shit. What? Okay, I don't like you. Seriously? Okay, get me out of here. Nice shift again. Hello. Yay. Okay. I can't even see. Seriously? What the hell did that even do? Anyone else noticing that I'm still in 8th? Fuck off. Great. Ow. Turn, please. Thank you. This is wonderful. This is wonderful. I have no idea where anybody is. Because I'm so far behind. Oh wow, I'm on the last run. Seriously? Aren't I doing so good right now? I don't think there's a point in even doing that. Wow! I made it 7 seconds behind. Great. They weren't even that far ahead of me. So, let's do a new game. Let's do Foxy this time. We'll do Midnight Motor. We'll do it in Fazbear Hills.
Three, two, one, start.
Out of my way. Bitch. Did I miss everything? Jesus. Ah, fuck off. Wonderful. How was that? What even just happened? Go away. Man. Crap. Exotic butters. Seriously? How did I miss that? Okay. I got third again. Did I say again? Have I ever gotten third? I think I got third on the sinkhole. I was a couple seconds behind. Where's my mouse? There it is. I couldn't find it. Mario Kart's never really been my thing, so I'm so bad at it. Alright, let's do standard again. And we'll do the sinkhole again. We're just gonna do a cycle, basically.
3, 2, 1, start.
Yeah. Just want to get past that guy. Yeah. Really don't know what that does. Hello? Seriously? Really? Yeah! Yeah! I don't know what that does. What? Seriously? Really? Fuck. Oh. Was I supposed to aim? Like, bro. Stop. Seriously? Seriously? Why again? Are you shitting me? Bitch. Are you shitting me? Fuck off. It is 8 p.m. And I'm in 8th place. Wow. Why does it seem like I'm getting worse at this game as I play it? You genuinely can't be serious. I've been raging at Freddy Kart game. Not raging, just fucking mad. I'm just kidding. Fuck off. What? No point in using that if nobody's around me. This is your first time playing? Yep. Evidently. Why'd you give me a second one? Nobody's here. I don't need either of those. Great. That's wonderful. Because whatever. How was I so far behind? Okay. Let's go Mangle this time. We trashed in the gang and we'll go to Midnight Motorist. Why not? Yeah. Those cars are so annoying.
3, 2, 1, start.
Bitches. I'm saying bitches as if I'm not, like, right next to all of them. Fuck out of my way, Springtrap. Man. At this point, I don't even know who's a player. Man. I'm in 8th again, great. Can I stop? Can you stop? Fuck off. Shit. Genuinely, I can't see the track. I don't know which way I'm going. Not that way, clearly. You know what? Fuck off. Where the fuck am I? Bro. I forgot you could jump in this game. Okay, that didn't work. Can you not? How am I in second? When did that happen? Fuck off. Fuck is that? What the fuck? What am I supposed to do to avoid that exactly? Like, I have no idea where he was. Really? Seriously. Fuck off. Can you, like, end, please? Thank you. Okay. Could have been worse, I guess. This guy beat me by less than a second. When you play DBD, beware that the killer has skins. Alright. I literally have never played it in my life. Alright, we got 2 more games to get through. Balloon Boy, you can get in the cupcake. Let's go Fazbear Hills. And the last one we'll do Midnight Motorist again.
Three, two, one, start.
Is that like the banana peels in Mario Kart? Shit. Oh fuck. I just saw him spawn. Or I saw something spawn. So that did nothing and actually slowed me down. Go fuck yourself. Oh, what a bitch. It's like, what am I supposed to do to avoid you? Again, that did nothing. I missed. Okay, great. Last lap. Oh my god. What do you want me to do? He was right behind me. Like, what was I supposed to do? Man. This bitch just went right past me. Actually, no, I think I beat him. Springtrap got last that time. Where's my mouse? There. I have no idea how to avoid the animatronic. Alright, let's go Springtrap. Let's go Midnight Motor. Let's go Midnight Motorist.
Three, two, one, start.
Fuck you. All of you. What the fu- Are you serious? All of them bumped into me and knocked me into the side. All of them. Fuck out. Oh, hello. That ain't good. Fuck you. I actually pressed the wrong button there. And again. Great. Can you seriously stop? Shit. Completely forgot items existed. Bro. Bro. Okay. What do you want me to do? Fuck. No. Fuck you. I was at the end. What a bitch. What does it even do? Like, how do you avoid it? Like, I genuinely don't understand. How do you avoid him? I don't get it. Anyway, that was it. Are you sure you want to exit? Yes, I am. Alright, well, I can't comprehend that at all. I played games with every single character there was. And I still didn't understand. So, what to do now? They updated it. They updated so it's random and you can't. I think what you can't avoid it. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. Ah. Hello. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm back. So, I think the only things we have left to do are Dead by Daylight and God David. I probably won't do God David. I'll probably do that tomorrow. But Dead by Daylight, I can now open for the first time. Downloading content, 0%. Why is it still at 0%? Why is it still at 0%? How much do you have to fucking download? Launching. What do you mean you're downloading everything? What the fuck? Why is this a 42 gigabyte download? It says 1 hour and 30 minutes remaining. What do you mean? What are you even downloading? I don't understand. Shit really says there's 2 hours remaining. Like, what do you mean? What do you even have to download? Did I never, like, download FNaF onto it or something? Like, what? And why would that take an hour and a half? If it has to download for 2 hours, then I think I should just do that tomorrow. In which case I gotta change the title of the stream. There we go. Oh, one other thing I can do. I remember there's a theory video on 5 Laps at Freddy's that I wanted to react to. Alright. We can watch this. Why not? So because I just played 5 Laps of Freddy's for the first time, I think it makes sense to react to this theory about it. Because I think this is basically saying... I remember people talking about this in Discord. People were suggesting that maybe this is kind of like a FNaF World or FNaF 6 situation where it's like, it seems like a fun, cheery game at first, but there's like hidden stuff, right? So I could see that being the case, but this is apparently a theory on it. It's 7 minutes long, so I'll react to that. 5 Laps of Freddy's is not what it seems. FNaF mini theory. It is by a YouTuber called Flipside. So let's watch.
Oh. 5 Laps at Freddy's is a new official FNaF spin-off game made by ClickTeam Fusion. It's a racing game very similar to Mario Kart, but centers around characters and locations from across the Five Nights at Freddy's series. Last year, the game got its first official demo released as part of the 10-year anniversary celebration of FNaF. And the game had, a rocky start, to say the least. Yeah, the game definitely needs some fixing. And judging by the fact the game isn't going to release until next year in 2026 as opposed to 2025, I'm assuming that ClickTeam has their work cut out for them. Despite the troubled beginning of 5 Laps at Freddy's, I think the game has promise. And I don't just mean gameplay-wise. I think the game is not what a lot of people actually think it is. And I believe that something deeper is going on. With this game, I think it'll catch a lot of people off guard. As of right now, the actual game of 5 Laps at Freddy's doesn't seem to have much going on apart from being a cool racing game that clearly needs some work done. Like adding Roxanne Wolf as a racer, for one. I mean, that's literally her whole getup. But everything going on around the game is what caused me to take a deeper look at its purpose. You see, this isn't the first time the FNaF franchise has released a game which was marketed as a simple and fun spin-off game. That game was Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator, or as we know it, FNaF 6. You see, FNaF 6 wasn't marketed as an official 6 game when it was being made by Scott. Rather, it was marketed as a simple 8-bit simulator spin-off game that Scott made for the holidays. Pizzeria Simulator was released free-to-play on Steam, and everyone was shocked when it turned out that this simple pizza simulator was actually a full-fledged Five Nights at Freddy's game. However, that's not to say that there wasn't anything teasing the game's true story. It was just hidden around the game in the external material that was released. Back in 2017, several months before Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator was released, Scott posted some special images on his website, scottgames.com, which I still miss dearly. All of these images seemed like fun, behind-the-scenes images which showed Scott's process of modeling the animatronic characters for his games. However, 3 of these images were hidden secrets that you'd notice if you paid close enough attention that were actually teasing Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator. The first image was of Springtrap. Not much to see until you notice that the hand in the bottom left screen clearly doesn't belong to Springtrap. This would later be revealed to be the hand of Scraptrap. The second image had Baby, which also had a secret in the bottom left, that being the hair of Scrap Baby. And finally an image of Funtime Freddy, which would show the body of wires of Molten Freddy in the bottom left of the image. Also, the first edition of the Freddy Files book, which released the same year as these teaser images, before Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator, the final page of the book actually featured teaser art of the silhouette of Scrap Baby standing in an alleyway.
Yeah, with the
so
lobster
with this
claw.
in mind, by looking at the things surrounding 5 Laps at Freddy's development, I noticed that ClickTeam seemed to be up to something. Around the same time ClickTeam began hiring 3D artists to help work on 5 Laps at Freddy's, we also got several images from them on Twitter relating to something. One of them seemed to be a blurred out image of what seems to be a Freddy's restaurant, and when asked about releasing the unblurred version of this image, ClickTeam responded with, "Perhaps in time we can release that," which to me implies that it's related to an ongoing project. There is also another image ClickTeam released on Twitter involving what appears to be Freddy and telling employees to stay clear of the animatronics.
I don't think it
while they
appears
finish
to be Freddy. I think it is Freddy.
Construction to what? And most interestingly enough, this video was released by ClickTeam on Halloween of 2023.
I remember that.
This video has been out for nearly 2 years before the release of the demo for 5 Laps at Freddy's. And it appears to be inside some sort of vacant pizzeria, with old toys and masks of the Freddy's characters being shown while a thunderstorm roars outside. This video is so interesting, and almost 2 years later it still has no explanation as to what it means. In the comments of this video, ClickTeam says, "Make sure to subscribe, we don't want you to miss anything in the future." To me, this seems to tell me that this mysterious video is absolutely teasing something in the future. Now I have to wonder, what if 5 Laps at Freddy's releases and it's revealed that this game isn't just a simple racing game, but instead secretly a much larger project, similar to Pizzeria Simulator before it? This game does have a similar feel to Pizzeria Simulator, which you'll notice if you pay close enough attention. Scott Cawthon actually did release some small teasers for the simulator side of Pizzeria Simulator before it was released. Those being these images, which we know had to do with Take Cake to the Children, which actually tied into the larger story of FNaF 6 later on. In one of these teasers, where Freddy is shown delivering cake to children, notice how he's being followed by this rainbow design, one that curves and streaks behind him. Why does this matter? Because if you look at the logo of 5 Laps at Freddy's, you can see the same curved rainbow streak design. They are identical to each other.
That's interesting.
Something else worth mentioning. The Steam description for the game...
Watch me, like, buy this game to be like, what if it's like FNaF 6? And then I'm just like, oh, never mind, it's just the racing game. Like, as I just continue playing it, and I'm like, damn, maybe I shouldn't have bought it. No, I'll probably buy it anyway, but regardless of whether it has lore or not. But I will say, if it does become a larger game, it is a ClickTeam game. It's not a Steelwool game. The ClickTeam games, the ones that Scott used ClickTeam to make, those are all like the point-and-click ones, like the original 7 games. So, to me, it seems like if this does become a larger game, it's gonna be like an older style FNaF game, like one of the original, like a game similar to like the FNaF 1 to 7s, like 1 to Ultimate Custom Night styles, right? It wouldn't be like a new like Security Breach style game, right? So that would be interesting to see again, considering a lot of people like kind of miss that era of FNaF, so it would be cool if they were doing something like that. I have no idea if they are, but it's interesting to note.
Mentions that it's actually sponsored by Fazbear Entertainment,
look at.
Which to me could imply that this game might actually be an in-universe arcade game.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, what if it's like, what if we play the game and then at the end, like when we decide we want to... Dude, so you know how like on the main menu there's like a quit button? What if when we decide we want to quit the game, we press that button and then it zooms out and then it's just a normal, like it zooms out from an arcade machine or something? That would actually be really cool. And then you're just like, shit, I was going to stop playing. But actually it's just like a fully fledged game that you have to want to stop playing in order to discover that. That would actually be really cool. If they don't do that with this game, they should do that at some point with like a game kind of like this. Like have you choose to quit the game and then zoom out from an arcade. That would be really cool.
Wanted was an in-universe game as well. Imagine you are playing this game and suddenly you come out of the game screen and you're standing in some type of pizzeria location.
Yeah, exactly.
Sort of like Pop Goes Arcade by Ken Carter. What does this all mean? I can't say for sure yet, but I think 5 Laps at Freddy's is definitely hiding something, like Pizzeria Simulator before it. And when and if it's revealed, I'm sure we're in for a big surprise.
Hopefully. That would be really cool.
That's all I have for today.
It would be cool if it was like fully programmed as a racing game, and then like in reality it's just like FNaF 11. I think it would be 11. Would it count as 11? I mean, Security Breach is FNaF 9, meaning FNaF VR is FNaF 8. By that logic, FNaF VR 2 would be FNaF 10. So Secret of the Mimic would be FNaF 11. Right? Theoretically. So this would be 12. If it was a game like this.
There's more content to come soon. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and at least thought what I had to say was interesting.
Yeah, definitely was.
Thank you for watching.
I'm gonna read the comments. Read what people are saying about this. Oh yeah, it would need a lot of explaining since Fazbear Hills is a track. How in the world... World, Fazbear Entertainment would even know Animatronica / FNAF World exists. Earlier in the stream, I was actually talking about how FNAF World could just exist as a game. I wonder if this could be like a hint at that, because even if this doesn't end up becoming a bigger project, even if it just is a racing game, regardless, the fact that it says sponsored by Fazbear Entertainment, that implies that whether it becomes like a FNAF 6 style game or not, it still seems like it would be a game in universe. So if that's the case, then Fazbear Hills would have to be a place. So maybe that could imply further that FNAF World is a game in universe. I don't know. But yeah, it's definitely interesting. I like this video. This is a good video. Yeah. I've enjoyed. Freddy's is a completely different engine than the game they were teasing. I mean, no, because this is a Click Team game, and Click Team is what FNAF's what Click Team teased that other thing, and Click Team is who made the game. I'm confused by what they're saying. I don't know. What do you mean the baby isn't mine? I've heard a lot of people say that about the idea of David, like saying that Afton stole David from Edwin and raised him as the bite victim. I heard a lot of people say that the quote "the baby isn't mine" was about that, like he's talking about the bite victim. But I feel like that kind of defeats the whole purpose of the whole show, because the whole point of The Immortal and the Restless is Vlad is the father. It's not that he's not the father, it's that he is the father and he's not taking responsibility for the child. And we know he's the father because it looks exactly like him. And that's exactly what Michael says about the animatronics. They thought Michael was Afton, so they probably look the same or similar. So I think that's definitely what Immortal and the Restless implies. It's like basically meant to imply that Afton doesn't care about Michael, basically. Anyway, I am going to take a small break, go to the bathroom, and then we'll watch the God David video, see how that goes. So we'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. So, it is time to watch the God David video. What are you guys saying? Logbook confirms Claire as a stand-in for Michael, though. It does not. It says that... Okay, hold up. I have the logbook right here. It doesn't say she's a stand-in. It's important to have heroes to aspire to. List your favorite characters from movies, books, and television who showed bravery in the face of extreme obstacles. Can you relate your current experiences to their heroic journeys? Television. Claire from The Immortal and the Restless, because everything about this place is crazy and no one seems to notice except me. So, I would argue that that doesn't mean that she's a stand-in for him at all. I feel like that doesn't really make sense at all. I think, if anything, it's meant to be like, oh yeah, this is my mother, and she's like, hey, William, you should take responsibility for your fucking child, you dumbass. And then because he's that child. So, like, I think that makes sense. Fine. He relates to her, doesn't he? Yeah, I don't think that means he is, that she represents him, though. Again, like I said, the child thing is pretty undeniable. Like, it's very clearly meant to be that the child is Afton's. That's the point. If you want to say that maybe it's Michael saying, hey, the bite victim is your son, like, you can say that it's about the bite victim, and you could say that Clara is Michael if you want, but first of all, I doubt that, but even if that is the case, the child is still Afton's. That's very clear.
On May 30th.
Hey, T-Dreads. Who likes Oreos? They're pretty good. All right. So, here we are, watching another FNaF theory. This one's called FNaF's Most Controversial Theory Just Came True, Secret of the Mimic. This is by T-Dreads, and this is about the infamous theory, God David. So, this is an hour long almost, and people keep telling me to watch it, so I'm gonna watch it now. Let's go.
Of course not. Nothing in this franchise is ever an accident. Take a look at Gregory here. Notice anything familiar? Dark eyes, brown hair with a piece falling between his eyes, shorts, a shirt with 2 stripes across the middle. Ladies and gentlemen, Gregory is none other than the crying child. Don't believe me?
Wow, I can't believe Matt and Tom were so stupid. Ah, fuck. Scott! What are you trying to say? Why have you put this in your game? MatPat called this imagery out once and we all laughed at him for it, but now it's back. Again, a kid with dark hair and a dark shirt with stripes. He's sitting under a tree on a hill next to an animatronic. He's unmistakably supposed to evoke the image of these two, even to the point where...
What is this exactly? I've never seen this in my life. What is this? Where is this? What are we talking about right now? I've never seen this before.
At him for it, but now it's back. Again, a kid with dark hair and a dark shirt with stripes. He's sitting under a tree on a hill next to an animatronic. He's unmistakably supposed to evoke the image of these two, even to the point where they're both carrying their favorite plushies. But this isn't Gregory or the crying child, it's someone new, David Murray. I'll be honest, this doesn't feel like a coincidence anymore. I can accept this imagery
I
once
never
as
thought it
simply
was a
paying
coincidence,
homage
to be
to an old
fair.
character, but now again with
I never thought that was a coincidence, and when the logbook, or sorry, when the character encyclopedia showed an image of the bite victim with a band-aid on his knee exactly where Gregory's band-aid is, I was like, yeah, it's very clearly not a coincidence. It doesn't mean Gregory's a robot of the bite victim, but there's very clearly meant to be similarities between the two. Or at the very least, Gregory has some connection to the bite victim. I've always thought that was pretty undeniable, whether he's a robot or not.
another kid? Things are getting a little weird. So I started digging, because I wanted to see if our new friend David Murray actually connected to the crying child or Gregory in any meaningful way. And I hate what I found. By the end of this video, I'll tell you what the secret of the mimic actually is, and why these characters might be more connected than MatPat and Tom ever could have realized. One of the main criticisms of MatPat's original theory, the idea that Gregory is somehow the crying child, is that it relied pretty heavily on visual similarities. Clothing, hair, and that sort of thing.
And more often than not, that robot theory gets boiled down to this singular graphic right here. So much so that we actually started to meme on it ourselves.
But now, with the introduction of David Murray, we've got to revisit his line of thinking. Because this time, we have a lot more than appearance. We also have shared personality, dynamics, and themes. There's way more substance to this connection. And just to clarify up front, no, I do not think Gregory or the crying child are literal robots. I think they're human, but we'll come back to that. The first thing I set out to do was find all the connections between David Murray and Gregory. Back to the first image I showed, this shot of Security Breach shows Gregory and Glamrock Freddy sitting on a hill under a tree. Now, this is the same exact hill we see David and Fiona sitting on. We know that the grounds of Murray's costume manor will later be used as the grounds for the Pizzaplex. So it's interesting that these two
I'd
are
argue we don't
literally
know that, but I agree.
sitting in the same spot. Go up to that house. You see how one of those trees on the left is modeled differently than all the others with the swing set on it, swing set tire?
Yeah, that is interesting.
Go up to that tree. Go up to that tree. Turn around.
Oh, don't tell me
What
it's...
screenshot is that? Yep, this is the Security Breach hill. So, you know
Well,
that image of
'cause
David Murray
image
and the
is
mimic? Yes.
wrong.
We don't see the Pizzaplex here because the image is flipped. David and Fiona are looking at the factory, while Gregory and Freddy are looking away from it, looking forward. Then, obviously, he looks like David. He's rocking the same fit with the same pose and the same hair.
Huh.
Enough said. But the meat and potatoes is what we learn about Gregory. Most of his backstory comes from the Patient 46 therapy tapes. Keep in mind that these are the most important lore collectible in Security Breach. They're one of the last things you usually collect, and each has only a minute or two to deliver its information, so there isn't much time to waste. The connections to David Murray found in these present themselves in some very telling ways. I think you'll catch on to what I think is happening pretty soon. One of the first comments made to Gregory here is,
"When the shade's pulled, it feels like we're in a cubbyhole or a cave."
Now back then, this comment seemed like a really weird detail to emphasize in tapes that were clearly insanely lore relevant, but that's because we didn't know David's story yet. In Secret of the Mimic, David Murray has a little cubby area set up. Potential God David incoming. And the cave is one of the most important areas in Moon.exe, where the statue of the baby owl,
Not to mention
representing David,
Ruin,
resides.
which seems theoretically to be like right next to Murray's costume manor. So
we know that Gregory too, in
if
the
it is
same
under the
room with the
Pizza
Balloon
Box.
World arcade machine, more about that machine later, sets up a cubbyhole of his own. The Patient 46 tapes then take a mysterious turn when the therapist brings up a tragic history involving Gregory's parents.
Well, I'd like to start by talking about your parents. What happened to them and you? It was tragic.
But it's later revealed that the story Gregory gives here is a complete lie. The therapist herself notes something odd about the way Gregory talks about it. She says it's as if he's pulling his memories out of a book, rather than actually recalling them as his own and processing them in a subjective, emotional way.
But when I looked through the notes, I didn't get a sense that you've processed that emotionally. When I read your account of what happened, it came across as, well, more of an objective rather than a subjective narrative. Oh, sorry. You don't know what that
Sorry,
means, do you?
Canadian.
What I mean is,
Says the
way you
Canadian
told the
who doesn't
story
say
is
sorry.
more like you were reading something from a book than you were talking about your own past.
So
Objective.
So is he taking like David's like story instead? Like the story about his parents was actually about what happened to David's parents, like with Fiona dying in Fall Fest, and then Edwin probably dying in like in his house, I guess, being crushed by debris and stuff. I mean, maybe if that's what
like
he's saying.
He's simply pulling memories from a data set. This is exactly how an AI would be described to recall and relay information. And it's not helped by the fact that the therapist uses the metaphor of a book for this, much like how we soothe David from within the Mimic AI,
storybook?
Using a storybook reminding him of his past memories. Also, yes, I am aware that memory suppression or detachment are real things. I'm not saying that people that have these coping mechanisms are robots. Next, the therapist presses further, stating that Gregory is creating fantasies.
So, if you could process those feelings, how do you think it would affect your fantasies?
Gregory, speaking to the therapist here, is inventing fantasies, inventing memories from his past that don't line up with the documented past of Gregory, the human boy. These are stories he's relaying that he likely believes, but which don't actually come from his life. He's able to recall these false memories with ease. The therapist doesn't think he's lying. He's coming up with these easily. That's why they're described as fantasies here, rather than as an attempt to mislead the therapist. It's almost like Gregory is remembering and telling the story of somebody else's life. One of the next tapes presents some...
That also seems to be like what FNaF 4 is about, like the bite victim like inflicting like his memories of the nightmares onto Michael, theoretically, if you believe that the bite victim went through the nightmares. Because we know that we play as Michael. So if the bite victim did go through the nightmares at some point, then Michael would be going through his memories somehow, if that makes sense.
Different information that still helps us in theory crafting. Gregory's being asked a string of opinion-based questions. Simple stuff about sports or whether he likes going outside, but he doesn't answer.
How do you spend all the time you have? Nothing. Well, how do you feel about sports? You like sports? Yeah? No? Oh, I get it. You like to watch them, but not play them.
And I think this isn't because he's being difficult, but because there's nothing there. His lack of communication here, to me at least, reads like an empty husk at times, rather than a liar. At this time, for some reason, Gregory doesn't have developed preferences or opinions on some things. Something is wrong with him, and the therapists can tell. Next up, the therapist describes Gregory as somebody that doesn't have any friends, as a loner.
Damn.
A strange thing for her to think, because we know that he does have a friend in Cassie. So for whatever reason, at this time he's being antisocial or doesn't know how to make friends. Something that, as we see in the games, but mostly in the story, The Mimic, David couldn't do either. He pretty much never left the factory, never went to school, and never interacted with anybody outside of babysitters and his parents. So again, here the therapist is describing a character trait which doesn't line up with Gregory's past, but which does line up with David Murray's. Weird. The therapist then goes on a massive tangent about how Gregory has developed a program to ask himself.
You could also say that maybe these things are true because, or are like this because of the Mimic itself, right? The Mimic is possessing Gregory at this point. And on top of that, you could also say that instead of it being like spiritual memories, like latching onto Gregory or anything, because the Mimic is possessing Gregory, maybe Gregory's just recalling the Mimic's memories from when it was mimicking David, if that makes sense. So that could very well be the case, rather than it being God David. Like, it could easily just be a case of the Mimic's memories influencing Gregory, because the Mimic and Gregory because the Mimic is in Gregory right now. So, but there are 45 minutes left, so I don't know. That's that thought.
Self questions, get answers, and repeat phrases back to him. So it's a program that answers questions and mimics phrases.
I saw in your file that you have developed software programs that talk to you and repeat phrases, right? The program asks you questions and prompts you for responses. It's kind of like your own self-therapy, isn't it? Another way of talking to yourself to work things out, right?
It's later described by the therapist that this seems like self-therapy to her. The thing is asking about Gregory from within himself and getting answers from within his own mind. It's really bizarre, and the way the therapist describes it confuses me to this day, but the important revelation is in this clip.
When I saw some of your recent encrypted conversation logs, that's what I thought I was looking at. It felt like I was watching someone go back and forth in their own head. But the text found something that's different than that. When I read what they found, at first, I thought I was looking at more examples of you just talking with yourself. Then I realized it was different. When I study this, it sounds like there is someone else responding to you. Who is it?
There's somebody else responding. The language used here is very interesting. In Vanessa's tapes, for example, it's clear from the get-go that she's talking to a separate person, being manipulated, and doing out-of-character things.
But a routine check of your online history has revealed that you've spent quite a bit of time with someone in an encrypted conversation. We have transcripts, and I've read them. But it's not clear what you're talking about in these conversations. I can't make sense of it. You must be getting something from these that I'm not getting, right?
With Gregory, however, the therapist confuses the conversation as being self-talk, almost as though the thing that Gregory is speaking to could easily be mistaken for him. By this point, I'd become quite confident in this. Gregory isn't just confused or lying to the therapist. He's being influenced by something. And if the Frights and Tales books were meant to give us any information at all as to where Scott was taking the plot, it's likely that he's sharing his brain with another mind.
Yes.
That's why we have all these false memories and why the therapist confuses this as self-therapy, a self-dialogue from within his own head. So, who exactly is in Gregory's head? Well, the next Patient 46 tape seals the deal. During an ink blot test, Gregory sees a mask, and the therapist launches into a paragraph about how masks are useful for disguises. She asks Gregory directly.
You think it's a mask? It reminds you of a mask? Like a disguise? Yeah, I can see that. You like the idea of being disguised? Disguises let you be sort of invisible, don't they? You can get away with almost anything when you're invisible, can't you? Yeah, you like that idea, huh?
She notes that masks allow you to hide, to get away with things you otherwise couldn't pull off. And then it clicked. In Moon.exe, you literally use a mask to sneak out the window without getting caught. To get away with running from our father, Moon, when we otherwise couldn't have. And in Secret of the Mimic, David, mixed with the Mimic AI, is constantly hopping into different disguises, wearing different masks. This isn't just symbolic. I believe that the branch of the Mimic AI that is mixed with David Murray, M2, has made its way into Gregory's mind. The
Yes.
tapes round out with...
To be fair, I think M2 is Glitch Trap, so I think Gregory is infected by Glitch Trap anyway, so yeah, that makes sense to me.
Another twist. The therapist says that patient 46 has been seen with a glitchy, rabbit-looking figure, which sounds like Vanny at first, but listen to how the therapist describes it.
They say you were in communication with someone. Or maybe something. I have this still shot the text pulled from the security footage that recorded you in the Pizzaplex. That's you, isn't it? I know this image is distorted, but I think it looks like you. And you're not alone here. You're talking to someone. Or something. It's hard to tell. What are those things? They almost look like rabbit ears.
That wording is strange if it's meant to just be a person, but it would line up with what we now know to be Mexis. If M2 has made its way into Gregory, say through a chip in his head, it would make sense for the AI version of David to be interacting with the cradle.
I always thought that was just Vanny, because she is wearing a rabbit mask and rabbit costume, and also they say that the image is blurry, which makes sense because and it's like distorted, which makes sense because Vanny makes the distorts the camera view too. So.
Hey everyone, T-Dread forgot to do a recap segment to explain to you what the hell he's talking about when he brings up stuff like the Cradle and Mexis, so being the lazy piece of shit he is, he made me do the recap segment. I mean, we all know how good I am at those, so why not? Let's try it. To begin with, what is the Cradle and what is its purpose?
Mexis.
Secret of the Mimic introduced us to the origins of the Mexis machine from Ruin. In Ruin, the Mexis machine is an augmented reality computer meant to keep the Mimic locked in the basement under the Pizzaplex, and when Cassie disables it, it can roam free and attempt to escape in that DLC's ending. But we found out that Mexis, or at least the blue AR rabbit part of it, has its origins in something called the Cradle. In case you want the full breakdown of the game's lore to better understand what I'm talking about, go watch my video on the subject or just wait for T-Dreads' when it releases in like 6 months from now. Anyway, here's a log the F10N4 computer sends Edwin explaining what the Cradle does. Edwin, please talk to me. We need to stop it together. Here are the blueprints for a Cradle. It can help keep David safe and provide boundaries. It's a type of computer and it's bigger than anything you've done before. If you won't finish the program, consider building the Cradle. It will keep people safe. Now, if you're familiar with the lore of Secret of the Mimic, you'll know that this log isn't just about protecting David. Later on, it's about protecting the M2 Mimic, who's pretending to be David, through this Cradle. In fact, we see the origin of the Cradle, the F10N4 computer, in Secret of the Mimic's parachute ending. Wait a minute, are you still watching? Oh, right, this is T-Dread's audience. They need, like, visual stimulation. Anyway, the Cradle is transported to the Pizzaplex in the future and is used as the Mexis machine. It was made to protect and create boundaries for the Mimic. So Fazbear uses his tech to trap the Mimic in the basement, giving the Cradle full access to the building. This is how Gregory starts talking to it, as one of the therapy tapes shows us. Okay, am I done? Can I go to sleep? Okay, cool. Alright, TD, next time you forget to do a recap segment, that's on you, buddy. Go subscribe to me or something.
Therapy tapes. Our ultimate lore collectible, remember? End with the revelation that the tragic backstory Patient 46 gave, the one about the tragic incident with their family, doesn't match up with the records of the real Gregory's documented past. Guess what exactly Gregory was lying about?
All that stuff about your parents? None of what you said in your file about your parents was true. You had great parents.
Gregory claims specifically that he had a bad relationship with his parents. That leaves us with one question.
I think I mixed that up when I mentioned that earlier.
These stories don't belong to Gregory. Who do they belong to? Well, like everything so far, this fits with David Murray, who had a bad relationship with his parents.
Yeah, but just because they didn't
with
really
babysitters
do much with him, yeah.
or spending all their time on work.
Yeah.
David Murray is tied to the cave. David Murray is tied first to cubbyholes. David Murray at this point would think like an AI pulling memories out of a book, objectively. David Murray would have been too young to form opinions on many things. David Murray was always in the manor and factory and had no real friends, was a loner. If David Murray was assimilating with Gregory and communicating to him as another consciousness from within his own mind, a plot element that Scott has used many times before, it would appear to the therapist as self-dialogue. David Murray is associated with climbing into disguises and wearing masks to get away with things he otherwise couldn't have, and David Murray is more likely than anyone else to be interacting with the Cradle. And on top of all that, they look the same. Someone or something is trying...
Again, I'd say that the person he's talking to is probably just Vanny, but...
to make Gregory the next David. The nail in the coffin? Balloon World, as I mentioned earlier. A random arcade game thrown into Gregory's hideout in the daycare. Let's talk. See this? That's Sun.
Yep.
Sun, without a doubt, represents Fiona, David's mother, just as Moon represents Edwin, his father. I want you to listen to how Scott Cawthon describes the way he instructed Steelwool to leave lore.
And I had a specific story for this in mind. Okay, for Security Breach, I really did. I had a very specific story in mind, and it is very different than the one that got in the game. And I think a part of that is the way that I conveyed that to Steel Wool, because what I was trying to do was I was trying to tell Steel Wool to do specific things throughout the game, put specific items in specific places, have specific characters do certain things, meanwhile not telling them what the story plot was. Because in my head, I was thinking, okay, when people find this, they will connect this to this to this, and it will all be revealed.
Now then, going to Secret of the Mimic, we can all agree that Fiona is Mrs. Helpful, right? She is literally the voice of it.
I mean, yeah.
I want you to listen to the very first thing Fiona says, paired with the very first thing that Sun does.
A death-defying dive!
A death-defying dive? Stretching it? No. Sun is also the head of arts and crafts in Help Wanted 2. Fiona was the artist and graphic designer for MCM. Sun asks Gregory,
Don't you want a puppet show?
And Fiona designed puppets for David. In the Endo Warehouse minigame, where you are literally programming memories into an endoskeleton to teach it how to be a convincing human child, one of those pairings is kicking a rubber ball and having a band-aid on your knee. And it's Sun that pops up and smiles when you're pairing the correct memories and teaching this AI how to act like a real kid. Just like how I smile when you hit like and subscribe, so this gets pushed to the algorithm and I make money. Now, like I said, I think Sun represents Fiona because of all that. I don't think she's literally in there, at least I hope not, but in Sun's room, we play Balloon World, where we enter a glitch to help us get further into the game, as Sun looms over us the whole time. When we enter the glitch, the demonic face of Eclipse appears. Now, if Sun is Fiona, then Eclipse is certainly meant to represent David. And when Gregory, hiding out in the...
Yeah, because Sun is Fiona, Edwin is Moon, so like them combined their
home
child,
of Fiona,
that makes sense.
David's mother, completes this game, the face of Eclipse comes up to the screen, dwarfing you, and says good night. It's the consciousness of David Murray pushing Gregory into the background through a game, just like Glitchtrap did with Vanessa in Help Wanted. So there you go. Gregory is meant to be the next David, and that makes sense because of all those connections that relate to David, because of Sun representing Fiona, and because, well, we know the Mimic storyline is part of the Security Breach era because the Mimic is in the game. But notice how I said the next, and not the second. Well, that's because we still have one dark-haired boy with a white striped shirt and a band-aid on his knee and a tendency to carry his favorite plush everywhere, and I'd be letting Game Theory down if...
Who died on his birthday?
If I didn't...
And who owned the purple telephone, I guess.
Tell you how the crying child is also...
And was in the FNaF 4 bedroom.
So, another David. Let's start with the basics. In the New Game Plus ending of Secret of the Mimic, Fiona, David's robot mother, I can't believe I just said that, sends you up to the old manor to ask Edwin to fix their family. And with the glitch permission unlocked, you're able to do just that to her son, named Dave. Where do we do this? A bedroom. One with a familiar layout and familiar toys. One that will later become the basis for a room we all recognize. Thanks to the in-game emails and the timeline established in Curse of Dreadbear, we know this house that we're in, and that has this bedroom, is eventually repossessed by William Afton and rebuilt by 1983. This bedroom, it becomes the crying child's bedroom. Now, how do we fix David? Well, we guide him through positive, happy memories.
Well, I don't think it becomes the crying child's bedroom, but I think Afton uses that bedroom as a basis for the nightmare bedroom, which the bite victim is put in, but it's not the bedroom that he lives in, I guess.
Listen to the wording here.
Do you remember how our story begins?
We use this memory, placing ourselves in the roles of friends of the Freddy's characters, to remind this child named Dave, who lives in the FNaF 4 house, of a happy memory, and he is then made whole, signaled through an achievement with the description, "Fix what is broken." Language also used on Gregory. I think that starts right now, right?
Oh, God.
I feel you are broken.
Yep.
Don't worry about
And the crying child.
You're broken.
Oh, God.
We are still your friends.
Already, we have way more than just a visual similarity. We have two children, both seemingly named David, connected to the same property, the same bedroom, the same toys, and the same Freddy's character-themed memories used to put them back together. And those are just connections from a surface-level glance at one ending of one game. So the question becomes, if this much connects on the surface, what happens when we go another layer deep? I did a live stream recently where some friends and I went through all their appearances and jotted down the similarities between Dave Murray and Dave Afton. Here's just a few of them. Both have dark hair and a striped shirt. Both carry a stuffed animal everywhere. That's seen with Tiger Rock, and then with psychic friend Fredbear, who he holds in his arms in this drawing. They have the literal same house. They have the literal same toys. They both have a neglectful father who's always working. They're both named Dave. They both end up being presented as mascot suits that teleport and cause hallucinations. First, David Murray with Tiger Rock, who downstairs teleports, causes hallucinations, and then Dave Afton, who, as Golden Freddy, teleports and causes hallucinations. They're both afraid of metal endoskeletons. We know that because David Murray says this.
Why does it look like that?
Look like what?
It's scary.
And the crying child is scared to death when he's in the back room. They both have no real friends and are loners, since we know David never really leaves the factory, and David Afton only has plushies for friends. Speaking of which, both have a close relationship to the FNaF characters. Both are scared of Foxy's pirate crew. First, we see the crying child scared out of his mind when he gets jump scared by the Foxy brother, and Fiona makes a Roxanne doll, right, part of Foxy's crew, which scares the hell out of David. They both die on their birthday in an accident. They both have no mother at home and are left with a babysitter. On top of all those, which are objective similarities, there's something else worth noting. Around the release of Ruin, the first time we see the Mimic in the games, Steelwool started posting a series of Guess the Sketch images, but one stood out. A sketch of the crying child from Five Nights at Freddy's 4. The crying child, who we know has a ton of narrative significance, but who hasn't really been actively referenced in years. This tells us something important. Steelwool was thinking about the crying child at the exact time they were actively writing the Mimic story. So now, I had the motivation to go back and re-examine every appearance of the crying child, and the connections between him and David Murray just became harder and harder to ignore. What I found are more objective, clearly repeated motifs between David Murray and the crying child. So let's keep walking through them one by one. The crying child's first appearance is in FNaF 4, and instantly the game opens with a detail that until now seemed absolutely irrelevant. The crying child is trapped in his bedroom. The door is locked from the other side. In other words, barred from the other side. That same phrase,
Yep.
barred from the other side,
I knew it.
is used to describe how the player of Moon.exe, who represents David in one way or another, is locked in their bedroom.
It's the Mimic.
All right,
but
next. The house in these
The
FNaF
Mimic, it's the version of the Mimic that later becomes David, I guess, so.
4 minigame seems clearly different from the one Afton later rebuilds on the hill, but still, There's weird similarities. There's a grandfather clock in the hallway, like the one we'll later see in Edwin's version of the house, and we'll see a flower poster on the wall with 5 petals in this room and in Moon.exe. For those who believe Midnight Motorist is about the Aftons, in that minigame, somebody runs away out the window, escaping their father. And in Moon.exe, we run out the window.
Yeah, I noticed that.
escaping our
I think I
father.
mentioned that too in a video.
Side note, let's talk about everyone's favorite character, Pigtail Girl. She tells the crying child that people's bodies get stuffed into suits at night. Something that never made sense to be a rumor in 1983 when FNaF
But now
was
that's
set.
happened in Secret of the Mimic.
Because, you know, we all believe the MCI to happen in 1985. But now, with Secret of the Mimic, we have a new possibility. Murray's costume manor, the one David Murray's story revolves around, has 12 entire teams of workers go missing, later found stuffed into suits. That rumor Pigtail Girl repeats.
I mean, technically, it's not necessarily literally 12 teams. Like, it could just be like a team labeled as Team 12, but
makes sense
still,
to be
yeah.
happening now in 1983 if that incident had happened in the 1970s. So now we have all this imagery and the timeline lining these two games up suspiciously well. Obviously, as I alluded to earlier, a huge similarity lies in the language used during both David Murray and the Crying Child's arcs. In FNaF 4, the Crying Child is told that he's broken, that he needs to be fixed.
For study hall?
And that he'll eventually be put back together. These are phrases that confuse the fandom for years, but now compare that to Secret of the Mimic. Fiona uses identical language when talking about her son. She wants Edwin to fix their family.
It's not too late to fix our family.
The final ending is centered on helping David recover his good memories and fixing what is broken. Even the way this putting back together starts is similar. In FNaF 4, the Crying Child hears these comforting phrases through his Fredbear doll, a Freddy's character who is presented as one of CC's friends. And in The Happiest Day, we're put into a different version of that terrible birthday party memory, where Freddy's characters, his friends, show up. Now, in the storybook ending of Secret of the Mimic, Fiona reads off a story involving the Freddy's gang, designed to help David Murray remember something important. Both kids get their feeling of comfort and rest in a memory told through the lens of being friends with the Freddy's characters, and both involve a calming voice guiding that child, using the same language. But why? Why is this a pattern? I've told this to so many of my FNaF tuber friends, all these connections, and many of them say that they're just parallels. They're just connections to be cool. And I couldn't think of too great of a comeback to that, so I went outside.
I mean, I think that there's definitely, they're probably intentional. I doubt they're not intentional. But I think that it's just questionable of if it actually is supposed to be taken literally. Sorry. If it's supposed to be taken literally, or if it's just, like, meant to imply stuff. Like, there's definitely, if it is, it's definitely intentional. And if it's intentional, then there's definitely a reason for it. It's a question of whether or not it's meant to be literal, or if it's just meant to mean something else. But also, if it does mean something else, what does it mean?
And I walked up the hill, and I talked to the wise elder Unwithered Tree. Tell me, Unwithered Tree, tell me about parallels!
Good evening. I am the storyteller tree. No, not that one. Here to tell you all about what a parallel really is in storytelling. The word parallel is thrown around a lot in the FNaF community, but usually is applied very loosely or perhaps in a different way than would be common in narrative analysis. Usually in FNaF, people use the word parallel to just mean similar or the same, And while similarities are of course important to something being considered a parallel, that's not where the definition ends. Narrative parallels, whether it be through similarities of characters, plots, themes, or symbolic imagery, are used to inform the audience about how two elements of a story relate to one another, usually through contrast or comparison. Usually in FNaF we're only focusing on character parallels, so let's stick with that for now. By giving two characters similar roles in the story, or having them endure similar things, we can often learn something about both characters by viewing how each handles their role differently or indeed similarly. Having two young boys grow up on a desert planet, be skilled pilots from a young age, and have destiny thrust upon them by literally the same mentor figure isn't just a bunch of coincidental connections. They show us the similarities, but more importantly the differences, between Anakin and Luke Skywalker, where one falls to the dark side and the other resists it. As a more FNaF-related example, in the Fazbear Fright story Hide and Seek, we have two characters, a bully older brother and a victim younger brother, which at first glance may indeed parallel Michael and Dave Afton, but we need to analyze the text further to understand whether or not this is an intended comparison by the writer, or simply two unrelated characters falling into common archetypal roles. This is why most FNaF parallels discussions ultimately end in a big shrug, as most of the time story elements are just
literally you
rehashed without much true intention to compare or contrast. Sometimes the comparisons are justified, like how we can arguably learn a lot about Michael Afton from watching Vanessa Afton in the movie. But then we reach all of the connections from David Murray to Dave Afton, how blatantly the story is reminding us not only of the bite victim himself, but the game he was introduced in. Then we connect that to Gregory and how he is constantly being linked to the crying child, and we have to wonder, if this is intentional, what is Scott trying to tell us? Because at this point, I don't think we can hand-wave away the idea that all of these are just coincidences or miscommunications. Some people are screaming, "Parallels!" from the rooftops, but are these parallels? Well, in some ways, yes. David Murray is a neglected boy with a soft toy plush who has an inventor father, which is similar to Dave Afton.
I don't remember where you were
these
in the video.
similarities are purely narrative and in no way literal in-universe connections, what are we supposed to learn about the boys through these comparisons? Some may argue that by evoking the bite victim through David or Gregory, we are supposed to import our sympathies for Dave Afton into the modern story, but that doesn't really work for Gregory considering how his similarities are more visual than characteristic, and we're given plenty of reason in the text to feel bad for David Murray, so the link there is unnecessary, if that's the intention. Both Dave and David are seemingly being put back together by their parental figures, but again, that's a comparison, not a takeaway from comparison. Maybe we're still missing the pieces as to why this comparison is being drawn, but right now, considering the supposed parallels are direct in-universe translations from one child to another, I think there's more to be gained by looking at the in-universe implications rather than just saying, "It's a storytelling technique," and running away. So, in future, before you call something a parallel, consider if it's actually informing you about the story or characters, or if it's just repetitious writing. I've been the Storyteller Tree. No, not that one. Now back to G-Dreads.
Alright.
Thank you, Unwithered Tree. I'm now feeling better, because I understand that these connections probably mean something, and aren't just supposed to be le cool. Anyways, now I gotta go to the survival logbook, because there's actually even more stuff. The crying child actually gets some relevant dialogue of his own here. Through faded and altered text, we make out a conversation that gives us even more ties to David Murray, and later even to Gregory. Faded text asks Cece if his favorite toy was a plastic purple phone. This is a toy that we know were around for both David Murray and David Afton. When you put this phone into moon.exe and use the item, I kid you not, a crying child picks up on the other end with the quote, "He never sees me." The faded text asks, "Do you remember your name?" A character with David Murray's appearance struggling to remember their own name. Doesn't that sound familiar?
I'm
Gregory.
He doesn't remember because he's been brainwashed to think that he's David for the last 5 months. God damn it! Because Gregory seems to have trouble recalling his own name at the start of Security Breach, where we know he's probably just broken out of some weird mind control nonsense. Perhaps he's been being convinced that his name was something else. Side note on the topic of puzzle design, if all this is true, and the thing that he was breaking out of was some version of the Mimic AI attached to David Murray, it would make sense why Vanessa is named in her therapy tapes, but Gregory is not. Because at this time, he would be going by David and telling the therapist he was David. And saying that out loud would ruin the mystery we're supposed to piece together later on. Do you have dreams is the next question with a drawing of Nightmare Fredbear. Guess what? The crying child responds to this, according to Hyperdroid, by saying, I'm scared. And we know that the player of Moon.exe is scared to sleep ever again. Nightmare Fredbear, as Michael draws, is known to appear in a version of what later becomes of David Murray's room. Do any of these toys look familiar?
To be fair, again, that is not David himself. It's the mimic that we're playing as in Moon.exe.
Here to you is the next question. And 2 of the toys listed are a phone on one page and a jack-in-the-box on the other. Was your favorite ride the carousel is the next question. We know that David Afton, from what we see in FNaF 4, never rode a carousel. And he couldn't have ridden the FNaF 2 one, because that game takes place after the bite. However, there is a giant carousel in Murray's costume manor. If David Murray's memories were somehow intertwined with the crying child's, and how ridiculous would that be? It's not like we've seen another kid that looks like David have his memories in their head before. It would make sense that these sorts of overlaps are happening. Do you miss them? Is the next question. Underneath that question is an image of Foxy writing a note on a desk. Well, guess what? In Moon.exe, sure enough, there's a note on a desk begging the moon to bring back the sun, implying that the writer of that note misses the sun. Admittedly, Foxy works better as a Michael stand-in, but we can still use it for David, because Steelwood decided to throw a random piece of graffiti in Ruin that literally says, David, run Fox, run. The party was for you is the final statement. And we know that there were parties for both David and the crying child on the day of their deaths.
Yeah.
What the hell is going on? Cece looks like David, has the same personality traits as David, has similar relationships to David, has a possession that functions exactly the same as David's, is soothed by the same kinds of things as David, has memories that seem to fit better with David, lives on the same property as David, owns things that David owned, probably shares a name with David. What is happening? I have had people tell me that all of this, all the last, like, however many minutes you've been watching this video, all of those connections between Gregory, David, and Cece mean nothing. That Scott just set the game to end with a robot kid climbing out of a closet from FNaF 4 because it was cool. Scott knows about Gregbot.
I hear he solved a security breach.
Oh, he solves a lot of things.
I feel like he's solved security breach like 3 or 4 times at this point.
And I'm so proud of him.
Thank goodness someone did, because let me tell you, that was not me. The man who did not solve security breach, this guy, right?
If he wanted to steer the fandom away from that course because it was completely wrong, he certainly could have done so. If he wanted to steer us away from that line of thinking, he shouldn't have set the game to end in the crying child's room. Now, admittedly, Gregory being another David is easier to swallow, because we know the Mimic story arc is directly tied to the things we see in the Security Breach era. But what about the crying child? How could David's consciousness possibly be in him? And why? Well, to answer that, let me bring you back to something that's quite contentious at the moment. The books. John from FNaF, long before Secret of the Mimic ever released, made this connection.
Silver Eyes trilogy were the first ever FNaF books to be released, and on a very basic level, the first book is about a group of friends who go and explore a mall that was built on top of an old Freddy's pizzeria. While they explore the old pizzeria, they have a run-in with William Afton, aka Springtrap. That sounds just like what happens in Security Breach. We explore a mall that was built on top of an old Freddy's pizzeria, and while exploring the pizzeria, we have a run-in with Springtrap. So if Security Breach is the first book, what's the second book about? In the second book, The Twisted Ones, a tornado hit the town and the mall is now destroyed. We learned that the mall was set to be demolished, but because of the tornado, the demolition was put on pause. As I kept rereading this book, the connections to what we saw in Ruin kept piling up.
And given the plot of Secret of the Mimic, John was way more on point than he knew. In the fourth closet, the game that Secret of the Mimic would parallel if John's pattern recognition was correct, Henry, a genius inventor, suffers the loss of his child. Henry is then astounded when he's able to recreate her into a robot. However, eventually he feels that this possession is not what it seems, and so he beats the robot, pouring his agony into it. This is exactly what happens with Edwin and David. So we know that Scott is stealing this story structure from the fourth closet. Well, there's a very important part of that story structure. William Afton. William Afton is jealous that this genius inventor could create this spark of life. And so, Afton makes it his sole effort to find these rebuilt versions of Charlie and study them, to learn what's going on. Afton specifically states that his desire is to recreate that accident. And I believe that in a way, that's exactly what's happening in the game. Afton will find out that a genius inventor attempted to rebirth his child inside a machine. He'll be fascinated by the spark of life. So he moves into Edwin's house to study and learn how to recreate this incident. William Afton is studying and trying to recreate David Murray. This is why he's so similar to the crying child. It's by design. The only question left for me is in what way he's doing so. I see one of two ideas for this story arc going forward. The first idea is that Afton simply finds out about what happens to David after moving in, and is fascinated by what his possession was capable of, such as the Tiger Rock apparitions. Because of this, he wants to cause another child to produce the same abilities so he can further his studies. Under this interpretation, David Afton is not literally meant to have the consciousness of David Murray. It's just William forcing his son to live as similarly to David Murray as possible. This is why we have all those personality, life situation, and physical characteristics in common. My problem with this interpretation is that David Murray in the games, unlike Charlie in the novels, was not a perfect possession. It was incredibly flawed to the point where that by the time of Secret of the Mimic, M2 is barely recognizable as David. What I think is more likely here is that Afton, and likely Fiona, are trying to rebirth the actual David Murray's consciousness and give it a new vessel in the crying child. In this interpretation, rather than Afton going out of his way to recreate a possession that was unsuccessful, he's instead fixing and completing the broken possession. To me, this also fits better because we now know that one of the earliest motivations in this entire timeline is Fiona, desperate to recreate and fix her son. Fiona sends us to get Edwin. She needs a skilled technician to make use of these blueprints to fix her son. Edwin is gone, but lucky Fiona, because Afton, someone who clearly has the capability to build incredible things, is moving right into her house. And we also know that Afton knows about M2 already. They'll want to find each other. Now, I'm sure the thing that you're all hung up on is the consciousness swapping idea. Why do I think that's what's going on here? Well, we already know the Mimic plotline is tied to the Help Wanted Security Breach era, and Vanny literally gets mind swapped with a version of the Mimic that is pretty much explicitly told to us in the story. And because of this line from the trailer,
You will bring me what I want. And if you fail me, then you will. Both of you burn!
I think we're meant to assume that Gregory's got some mind swap action going on as well. Also, what we see in the books, and him being out of character in the tapes, and blah blah blah. Clearly, Gregory's not being himself. But I think people who have read the books and understand the plot structures and parallels do agree almost universally that Gregory has been being controlled and has broken out, and that's why he seems so confused. As for Cece though, and to further cement the point, evidence for this consciousness swapping idea is practically everywhere you look in this series. I have a series of live streams on this channel where I look over all of Scott's Fazbear Fright stories, the plot outlines of which we know he writes himself. These stories have a few motifs that are overwhelmingly prevalent throughout them. One of these is something like what I called the addiction structure. Another example of a recurring plot structure for Scott, and one that's more important to our discussion today, is the story structure, where a human loses their identity or is swapped with another thing. Lonely Freddy features a Freddy doll, asking a kid questions about himself to better take over his identity and swap bodies with him. Fazgoo is a creature that learns all it can about a kid to swap identities with him and become him. To Be Beautiful features a monster stealing a girl's body to become her. In the week before, there's an ending where Phone Guy stares into the eyes of an animatronic and they swap. In Into the Pit, Oswald's dad swaps with Spring Bonnie in a seamless way that nobody but Oswald can see. In Gumdrop Angel, the main character consumes a piece of the gummy candy and eventually becomes an exact replica of it, suffering the same fate. The Monty Within is all about two consciousnesses, one of which is an AI, being able to share the same brain. And in Help Wanted, a game, the main character's consciousness is literally trapped and swapped by the malevolent entity who is the Mimic AI. Scott uses this structure time and time and time and time again, and many of the stories I just listed take place in the pre-Pizzaplex era. Before the Pizzaplex era, there was still AI swapping and pretending to be kids in Scott's weird mind plotting brain. Writing off the possibility of Scott using this story structure in the games is completely ridiculous, especially when now, unlike in the Gregbot days, we have an exact motive and several methods established for that to happen. For Gregory, it's 100% the chip from the Vanny Mask and Balloon World. For Vanessa, it's 100% what we see happens in Help Wanted.
Bring your dream home to...
Percent what we see happens in Help Wanted. Now for the hard part. The crying child. How the hell do Afton, Fiona, or both get David Murray's consciousness, or M2 at least, to attach to the crying child? Please understand that I don't have a complete answer for this exact question, and it probably won't get elaborated on until the DLC for Secret of the Mimic, but here we go! Does he still talk to you? What if the entity in this plush that we've long suspected is malevolent isn't Afton, who we see working in
Never
the back
thought it
room,
was.
but rather has been Scott
Well, I think it is.
into the version of the Mimic AI containing David Murray. That sounds ridiculous.
Well, okay. Okay, well, I think it is him, like, when it's just, like, the normal mini-games, but then it's somebody else in the final minigame, but what? Huh?
But we do have a Spring Bonnie plush that serves this exact purpose. A malevolent version of the Mimic AI resides in a plush of one of the two Fredbear's characters, and tries to swap its mind with somebody it comes into contact with. And we know that Edwin developed a line of plushies with black, white dotted eyes that repeat phrases back to you, and that are described as your only friend. It would also mean that a Freddy doll is asking a child things about his identity to steal his consciousness, which would mean that Matt Pat's Lonely Freddy theory was right. Psychic Friend Fredbear is just the game's version of a Lonely Freddy. Now, admittedly, that's the biggest stretch I've made so far, and like I said, I feel locked in on an answer for Gregory, and I'm certain Cece has gotta be involved, otherwise Scott wouldn't have thrown 20 references to him in the game, but I have no idea yet how exactly the crying child gets M2 attached to him.
I'll say that I can agree with the Gregory stuff, because it doesn't really affect much. It's literally just M2 is a glitch trap, so he still remembers stuff from David. So, like, it's influencing Gregory. There's really no issue with that. And it makes sense. As for the crying child, no idea. I literally do not know. I don't really think that it makes that much sense for the Mimic to be attached to him. But I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I think Afton wanting David to, or Afton wanting the bite victim to act like David or to live a life similar to David, that could work. But I don't know.
We'll have to wait for the future stuff. But to those who disagree so far, I offer a challenge. Let's say that unlike what many of my content creator buddies think, you don't simply think that all of these connections I've listed for the past like 40 minutes are just to be cool, are just to be, oh hey, I remember the crying child. Cool that they're also named all the same. I'm so mad. Let's say you think these connections are intentional. And keep in mind the wise words of the unwithered tree. What do you think is a more likely direction for Scott to take here? If he is deliberately calling our attention to connect David and Cece and Gregory in that order, and making them so similar as he is, and having the motif within Secret of the Mimic with, oh my goodness, the same situation is repeating 200 times. What do you think could possibly be a more likely story direction for Scott Cawthon to take based on his writing history than what I've listed here? Just a challenge to open up discussion. So, in conclusion, David Murray dies and William Afton is either inspired to recreate his exact circumstances of possession, thus forcing his son to live as closely to David Murray as he knows how, trying to recreate that spark of life, or Afton and Fiona are literally trying to recreate David Murray and give him a new, put back together body in the form of the crying child, and later Gregory. And that is God, David. Also, by the way, this wasn't even all the connections we found. There's way more. The video would just be too long. Like, Rye Toast finds that in the Curse of Dreadbear minigame where you're operating on Dreadbear, you're in research and development. The only other time we see R&D is in this game. What are we doing as part of that minigame? We are setting Dreadbear, who pretty much everyone agrees represents the crying child symbolically. We're setting his brain to a new frequency. And how about in FNaF World? A game that Scott has said is tied to canon events and is pretty much agreed upon by everyone to take place involving the crying child's mind. Well, funny that in the crying child's mind, in the carnival section, there's a giant metal owl with heterochromia.
Yeah, I've noticed that
David
as well.
is represented by in the story Tiger Rock. What a strange design to reuse for no reason. There's way more than what I talked about in this video, but I couldn't find a way to make it all fit. So make sure you like and subscribe now, because I'm going to bed because this took like 40 hours to produce. Shout out to Gregory's Army for connecting Gregory and David like 10 years before the game even came out. And also shout out to Shizu31 and Withered Circle and Narrow Raven and Fazbear Entertainment. Woo!
Soft.
I'm afraid. Oh, God. All right. So, Gregory stuff I can agree with. Bite victim stuff, I don't know. But yeah, that was that. Alright, well. Anyway, yeah, Withered Circle popped up in chat a bit ago. He was at the I think it was the beginning of that video. Where was it? How early in the video was it? Here.
Pretending to be David through this cradle. In fact, we see Anna cradle and I forgot to do a recap segment.
That's really the circle. Yeah, I noticed him like during the part with Unwithered Truth. I like he popped up and I was like, hey, literally you were in this video. I swear I've seen some of Withered Circle's videos before. I don't remember which ones though.
William Afton.
He did not love his kids. I think I've definitely seen at least like one of his videos, but I don't know which one. It's funny because I'm humming something that's literally not anything. I don't know. I can't figure it out. I don't know what video of his I watched. I know I watched at least one though. So yeah, I think if by victim is possessed by M2, it ruins his character a lot. Kinda, yeah. I feel like if he's possessed by it, that's kind of a cop out. If it's just like they're meant to be similar for some reason that like we don't know yet, then that's fine. If it's what he said about like Afton wanting him to live a life that's as similar to David's as possible, that works too. I'm cool with that. I don't mind. Anyway, I think that's just about all I wanted to do for this stream. I will probably stream FNaF again tomorrow. If I don't, then it'll be Resident Evil Revelations 2. But yeah, I am gonna end the stream now. Yes, I've done all that. Move this down here. Get rid of God David. Yeah, I'll probably do that tomorrow. I'll probably do another catch-up day tomorrow. And do what I didn't today. Like the Dead by Daylight, and then I'll probably play some FNaF World or something. To talk about the Mimic stuff, I guess. Anyway, I hope you guys have enjoyed this stream. If you did, leave a like. Subscribe if you'd like. And yeah, this has been a pretty fun stream. I've enjoyed myself. I like theory crafting and theory reacting live. That's always fun to do. So yeah. I'll see you guys in the next video. I'm going to go record my next theory video now and start editing it as soon as possible so I can start writing my next one, the Old Nine Consequences one, which I idealized in this video, or in this stream. I came up with that idea. But yeah, I'll see you guys in the next stream, or video, or whatever the next thing you see by me is. So yeah, bye!